Commission, I would like to open the September 29th, 2010 meeting of the Planning Commission. Ms. Rodriguez, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Schwartz.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Jordan.
Here.
Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Jostes.
Here.
Chair Bartlett.
Here. Under preliminary matters, Ms. Weiss, are there any announcements for today?
No, Mr. Chair. No announcements today.
Okay. With that, I will open public comment. This is for items not on today's agenda. So far, I have one speaker slip for that category, and that would be Mickey Flax.
I presume this does not preclude my right to speak on an agenda item, correct?
Keep it separate.
Okay. Yes, no, I want to take this opportunity, because I don't know if I'll be seeing you all again, to invite you to a meeting that's being sponsored in part by the city's county Affordable Housing Task Group, of which I am a member. We meet quarterly, and this quarter the meeting is on October 28th. We're having our regular meeting midday, but that evening there will be a meeting at the Faulkner Gallery with a representative from Davis, California, who is an expert on cooperative housing, something that we don't really have in Santa Barbara, and the West Coast generally is not as familiar with how it's done. This is limited equity cooperative housing, not Park Avenue co-ops. The public is invited. You folks are certainly invited. It's Thursday, October 28th at 7 p.m. at the Faulkner Gallery. I hope to see you all there.
Great. Thank you very much.
It's David Thompson is the speaker, no relation to anybody by that name around here, and he is quite a respected and honored expert on limited equity cooperative development in this state. So I hope to see you there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, I'll close public comment, and we'll move on to our main agenda topic for today, which is Plan Santa Barbara, talking about the proposed general plan and the final environmental impact report. Ms. Weiss.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. I will begin the staff presentation. You will also today be hearing from John Ledbetter, Rob Dayton, and Barbara Shelton. Today is an important milestone for the Plan Santa Barbara process, updating the city's general plan. The Community Planning Commission and Council, there's been a lot of good work done to prepare us for today when the Commission considers its recommendations to Council for adoption of the general plan. The Planning Commission has directed and shaped the general plan in many ways through many hearings and work sessions in each phase of the Plan Santa Barbara process. Most recently, in June, the Planning Commission shared with the City Council a comprehensive policy package highlighting key issues that shape the general plan. These key issues have been discussed many times throughout the Plan Santa Barbara process, and staff believes the extensive discussion is warranted given how important these strongly held values are in the community and how they need to be expressed in the city policy that guide the future progress of our community. One thing has been made clear in all the discussions is that Santa Barbara is a diverse community, and there may be agreement on some issues at a broad level, yet there is quite varied opinion on many details. The city charter and the general plan compelled the Planning Commission and Council to provide a balanced direction with mindful consideration on how the city's policies carry forward our community's commitment and determination to protect and preserve Santa Barbara's unique character, promote a strong economy, provide transportation choices, provide affordable housing opportunities for our socially and economic diverse community, and do all of this with an ethic of environmental stewardship. So that's the intro. I think you've all lived it in these past 4 years. So now to the next slide. Our objectives for today's hearing, we will be reviewing the general plan project as well as the final environmental impact report. We're holding a public hearing to take public comment. We recommend a discussion on a number, again, of key issues and concluding the meeting with action recommended for the Commission to certify the EIR and forward your overall recommendations to Council for the general plan. The agenda for today includes a staff briefing. I'll be covering the overview of the project as well as the council feedback on the Planning Commission recommendations. Discussion issues, I'll begin with some discussion of density that's proposed and then turn it over to John Ledbetter to review the rental employer overlay location considerations. Rob Dayton will make some comments regarding transportation policy. Barbara Shelton will discuss the recommended mitigation measures that have been included in your report and a review of the final impact report itself. At that point, staff would conclude our presentation and the Commission may have questions for us. Then we would follow to the public comment and public hearing. At some point later this afternoon, based on the flow of the meeting and the discretion of the Commission, we will be recommending a break probably sometime after the public hearing, and then return with additional Commission deliberation and action. For today's meeting, the recommended action is to close with certification of the EIR, and then that would allow for tomorrow on Thursday to focus on the recommendations to City Council. So an overview of the Plan Santa Barbara General Plan project. We'll be covering the General Plan framework, the land use element in the General Plan map, the growth management program, and the housing element. The General Plan framework includes the history and background of the city and a city profile. This information was pulled from existing General Plan land use element as well as the housing element. The framework sets the principles for the General Plan, including living within our resources and sustainability. It contains the intentional adaptive management program, which is a new and unique feature to the General Plan. That was an idea generated here at the Planning Commission. It also deals with state requirements. This General Plan framework, as a result of the Plan Santa Barbara, includes a number of policies as well as a reorganization of the General Plan that includes new elements such as the historic resources element. As this process has moved forward, we've included some policies to be considered as future guides for those elements as they're updated in next steps. And then also in the framework, we have policies regarding public participation and regional goals. The land use element has, again, a brief history, but primarily then focused on the patterns of land use development in our community and on sustainable development principles. We have established a corresponding General Plan map and land use designation discussion in the land use element. So those designations are identified and explained. We also have within the land use element the growth management program, and I'll be going into a little bit more detail on that element. We have policies regarding community design and neighborhood planning, as well as a full set of goals, policies, and implementation actions. On growth management with the sunset of the 20-year Charter Section 1508, this was one of the main reasons to begin the Plan Santa Barbara process, where the General Plan calls for reviewing and updating our growth management program. Early in the Plan Santa Barbara process, in community discussions, we determined that a range of non-residential growth and growth management would be considered for the next 20 years. The range of growth took into mind that 3 million had been the development potential program for the last 20 years, and approximately 1.5 million of that had been used. Limiting the non-residential growth for the community has a number of benefits, particularly in terms of jobs, housing balance, and traffic management. However, careful consideration also needs to include the allowance of reasonable use of the property as well as economic vitality. So the range of non-residential growth that was studied in this process included 2.3 million for the No project, 2 million for Plan Santa Barbara, 1 million for the lower growth, and an additional housing alternative, and those alternatives were studied in the environmental impact report. At a work session held with the City Council in July this year, we looked closely at the Planning Commission recommendation for a 1 million square foot growth limitation in non-residential development and what that might entail. The City Council, could you go back, please? The City Council agreed with the Planning Commission recommendation of the $1 million. However, we also discussed what would be excluded or handled separately from the 1 million square feet. So they established the categories of small addition, vacant land, and community benefit, with those allocation amounts totaling the 1 million. And the final environmental impact report, volume 4, includes a hybrid analysis of a fifth alternative, which is 1.5 million. Could you go to the next screen? Thanks. The 1.5 EIR analysis assumes the million square feet under the growth management categories, as well as other growth that could be expected to occur from these other type of activities. The council felt that a pending and approved category could be separate unto itself, that government buildings could be handled separately. Minor additions is a category that we've been using over the last 20 years, where it allows small or minor additions of less than 1,000 square feet. And then by definition, demolition and replacement of existing square footage that existed prior to 1988 is not included in the growth management program. So thank you. Okay, another key component of the project, of course, is the update of the housing element. And although this is a mandated component of our program overall, and on the slide here are the organization of the element, including its RENA allocation, the regional context and evaluation, needs assessment, constraint, suitable sites inventory. It really is the city's goals, policies, and implementation actions that are most important to this community. And as a result of the Plan Santa Barbara process, there are many important new and revised policies in the recommended housing element. Those include addressing inclusionary housing, secondary dwelling units, affordable and workforce housing incentives, building reuse, allowance for homeless shelters in the CM zone, condominium conversion ordinance amendments, and it also has complementary policies to the land use element for the average density incentive program, as well as the proposed rental employer housing overlay. So the land use element and the housing element going together, as has been emphasized by the Planning Commission, is an appropriate way to proceed. So the Commission and the community is aware that there was a special joint meeting held in June of this year where the Planning Commission shared a recommendation on a set of key policy issues related to Plan Santa Barbara. The Planning Commission did an excellent job in communicating the basis for these recommendations to mitigate environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible, to maximize achievement of the plan objectives, including living within our resources, to achieve internal consistency among the policies, and to ensure that the policies are operational and capable of being implemented, and that overall the program stimulates economic vitality. Could you go to the next screen? When the Planning Commission and City Council met jointly, the Council asked for additional time to consider the general plan and the Commission's recommendations. And so a series of 8 work sessions were held with the City Council in July and August. During those work sessions, the Council members asked many questions, expressed various opinions, and discussed some of the issues among themselves. We listened very intently and did communicate at the close of those work sessions that we saw a way forward to bring the final EIR with a new additional alternative, as well as some policy adjustments to bring that to you, the Planning Commission, for your consideration. So what I'm going to do in the next couple of slides is highlight, again, these key policy issues and what the Planning Commission recommendation has been and what the Council discussion, as staff understands it, is the direction of the Council at this time. So in terms of the general plan framework, again, in your deliberations, this has come up time and time again and been important to reaffirm at each step, and the Commission is in support of the approach of the general plan framework and sustainability principles. The City Council agreed. However, they did feel that some reordering could be made, and I think you now see that in the introduction, where there's a reordering of information regarding economics and community character. And then also, we did receive council input on some editing in the document, and that's been made in the proposed document before you. Growth management, I was just speaking about that, how the Planning Commission recommendation was for 1 million square feet, and a result of the council work session, we understand their preferred approach is a 1 million square foot with certain exemptions. The next issue communicated with the Planning Commission recommendation is density and the average unit density incentive. Through the course of working on the general plan with the Planning Commission, we came up with a range of densities to replace the variable density program. I'm going to briefly touch on this now, but it is one of our key discussion points, so I'll be going into it in more detail in a moment. The Planning Commission recommendation was for a medium-high designation with a unit type range of 1,300 square feet to 800 square feet, and a high-density classification where the unit range would be 1,000 to 600 square feet. The council was interested, certainly, in the amendment of the variable density program. I believe we shared language from the general plan with them on this description. The feedback that we got was that they felt it was premature to set a specific unit size range at this time, and they were particularly concerned about the upper end of the range, whether or not it should go above the 1,300 or 1,000 square feet. On historic preservation, both the Planning Commission and Council agree in terms of the direction that the general plan has headed so far, calling for a historic resources element, as well as priority implementation for a number of items in the general plan. Next is the rental and employer housing overlay and density increase. Both the Planning Commission and City Council have found that this sort of incentive is really critical to address key housing needs in our community. The Planning Commission expressed this as a 50% increase for rental housing, and during the course of the discussion, we've come to also include and clarify that it would be an incentive program for employer housing, and that employer housing could be either rental or for sale housing is the concept behind this incentive. Next was the issue of residential parking in the downtown area. The Planning Commission recommendation was to require a 1.5 maximum, as well as unbundling in certain high-density areas of the downtown. When this discussion took place at the City Council, they softened the approach by saying, to establish a parking maximum in the downtown without specifying a number at this time, and then also allow for unbundling, but they were uncomfortable with the idea that it would be required in some instances they felt might not be appropriate. In terms of targeted growth, where the development would occur in the community, and again, where the incentive programs would apply and such, the Planning Commission, again, has discussed this extensively over the last couple of years. There was the MODA maps, the various versions of the MODA, and now we're talking as well about where do the land use densities go and where do the incentives go. The Planning Commission, generally speaking, has had a preference for a focus in the downtown area, while certainly at the same time recognizing unique and different parts of the community as well. At the City Council, we have in parens up there varied. At this point, we really, it's hard to say if there's a general agreement or consensus on a direction in terms of this issue. And again, that's why we'll be spending more time with the Planning Commission on it as well. We heard expressed that in the medium and high density areas, that could be the area where a 50% overlay could be applied. Some folks expressed an interest in looking primarily at the commercial areas. It was acknowledged that some residential areas with, say, for example, the bungalow district or somewhere where there's a lot of historic resources should be considered exempt. And also, and again, John Ledbetter will be sharing with you, there was a fair amount of discussion about the core downtown and the adjoining west downtown as possibly the most appropriate areas to target. So that's ongoing discussion here. We did cover the inclusionary housing item, the Planning Commission recommended in the general plan an increase to 25%. This is one subject during the course of the council work sessions where we actually showed them some revised language based on some ideas generated through their discussion. So the policy before you today in the general plan document does reflect the council's direction to consider increasing to 25, look at sliding fees depending on the type of project, also considering a commercial housing fee, and particularly aware of the economic cycles. The council thought that fees should be suspended during certain difficult economic times. So all of that is now reflected in the recommended policy. Second units, the Commission on this point too generally came to the conclusion in your recommendation that the standards could be relaxed for the transit and commercial areas, and you also left wide open to consider citywide whether or not amendments to the second unit ordinance would be appropriate. When this went to City Council, I think they generally supported the Commission's direction, but there were some additional considerations. One would be to be sure that the city's neighborhood preservation ordinance, we have floor to lot area ratio limitations in certain instances, and to amend those so that the second unit is included within any limited floor to lot area ratio. Also, as a result of the discussion with the council, they wanted to be sure that we in considering a amendment to this ordinance, that it be done very specifically neighborhood by neighborhood with quite a bit of neighborhood involvement, and that would not necessarily be a one-size citywide approach to looking at the second units. In terms of transportation demand management, the Planning Commission recommendation, again based on the principle of mitigating environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible, went with a robust implementation recommendation. When that measure was discussed with the City Council, where the discussion led to was, well, we're not sure that we need to come out of the gate with this strong of a program. It would be more appropriate to have some policy basis for it that would be tied to monitoring and implementing through the adaptive management program, and certainly with involvement with stakeholders. So the recommended policy document before you today has some amended language regarding the TDM program as we move forward. Building heights and floor to lot area ratios. The Planning Commission discussion on building heights led to a recommendation that most felt that projects should be, the majority of the projects in the community should be between 2 and 3 stories. I think that won somewhat unanimous support from the Commission. And the idea was that to have projects involving 4 stories, there would need to be a special consideration, and as the Commission expressed it at that time, was a council supermajority. When this matter went to the City Council, the idea of calling out 4 stories was replaced with a height, a 45-foot height. So projects over 45 feet would have some special consideration. The special consideration, be it a supermajority at the Planning Commission or supermajority at Council, is a matter that did not really get fully discussed at the Council, and we would like the Commission to have additional discussion on that point as you wrap up your next set of final recommendations. In terms of floor to lot area regulations as a valuable tool, there are a number of policies in the recommended general plan, and both the Planning Commission and City Council felt that that should be considered in our next implementation phase. On density. Density is one of the issues that, again, the Council communication and discussion was quite varied, and is why we do recommend density be a focus of your deliberations at this stage again as well. The Planning Commission recommendation did include a high density designation, and that's of 27 to 45 dwelling units. And if the projects were going above 60 dwelling units per acre, there was an expression that those projects would require a supermajority vote and be deemed as a community benefit project. Where the residential density would occur would be limited to commercial and a focus on the downtown. That was our understanding of what the commission recommendation was. And there was still the recognition that all affordable projects could still be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. For example, the one project noted by many people is Garden Court. It's a unique project, and it's about 127 dwelling units per acre. The council discussion on density, some expressed that the idea of the high density zone or allowance was important and really necessary to generate the workforce housing that the community is looking to have in the future. Others felt that perhaps the existing density should be maintained and that an overlay approach would be the best, and that overlay approach would be done carefully in limited locations in the community. And again, there was pretty much agreement that the programs that work well now for the all-affordable projects would continue in a case-by-case basis. I am going to spend a little bit more time just now, next, on density in particular. The land use designations for residential density development throughout the community have not been recommended for change in any of the single-family zones or the R2 zones. The focus of the area of the city where a change in density is being looked at are those parts of the community where variable density applies as recognized in the land use element, and this occurred after the 1975 downzoning. For many years, the Planning Commission now has expressed concern that the variable density formula, as anticipated in the land use element, is really not being carried out according to that intent, and that we're seeing larger units and a manipulation of the bedroom standard. And the Commission and many others have expressed an interest in converting the variable density program from one that's on bedrooms to one that involves unit size limitations. So the existing base density, the comment up there of 12 to 18, that applies in the commercial areas of the community and the multiple family areas. Again, reading of the current land use element and the corresponding R3 section of our zoning ordinance explain that on existing smaller lots that 2 or 3 units would be allowed. So depending on the size of the existing lot, that base density without using variable is a range of 12 to 18. So that has not really been our focus. What our focus has been on is to replace the variable density. And so that's the next comment there, is the average unit size density incentive program. As staff and the Planning Commission have studied the land use patterns in the community and thought about sustainable development principles, we came up with the idea of having 2 standards, a medium-high and a high. The medium-high standard of 15 to 25 dwelling units per acre with a corresponding unit size range would essentially be the replacement of the current variable density. Variable density today, depending on if you're building studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, or 3 bedrooms, and you have a mix of unit types, projects fall within this range of approximately 15 actually to 27 if it's an all-studio project. The existing variable density goes as high as 27. So that's the medium-high. The difference between the average unit size in program and variable density is that medium-high standard will result in smaller buildings by design and by requirement than projects we've seen in the last decade or so. The high-density standard would be one that has, again, a corresponding unit size range. We've talked about an average unit size of 1,000 for the high-density standard, which is 27 to 45 dwelling units per acre. Again, this would allow a greater number of units in appropriate locations throughout the community, and would also result in smaller buildings based on these formulas when compared to existing projects that have been approved lately. So the next piece of the discussion John Ledbetter will be leading is a review of where these densities would be considered. Again, our starting point was replacing the average density program where variable density is allowed today, but there have been some adjustments along the way. And again, that's a really key part of having a comprehensive and complete general plan, both the land use element and the land use map, in designating where the densities are allowed. I touched briefly on the employer and rental housing overlay program. Shown on the overhead is the 50% on top of the density incentive program. So in medium-high areas, that would be 21 to 38, and in the high, it would be 41 to 68. Again, the Planning Commission has discussed different options further on the theme of the density and where it would go, and we do expect that that'll be a point for additional discussion, with recognition that the city's program on the case-by-case and state bonus density law would continue to apply in our community. And we've been certainly successful in the city programs, and we have seen very few state-based projects. So that concludes my part. I'll turn it to John.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Chair Bartlett, members of the Commission, good afternoon. What I'd like to do is just walk you through those four options, and I'll start off here by outlining those options. The first one was the all medium, high density designations would be eligible for the rental employer housing overlay. And I'll turn to some maps in just a moment. The second option would be medium, high density areas, again, would all be eligible with the exception of the CM commercial manufacturing area and specific residential areas. The third option is only or selected commercial high density designations. And then lastly, only the high density downtown and west to Highway 101 designations. So if you recall, this was the recommendation that was made, the preliminary recommendation made to Council, and you'll see here the purple outline shows the 50% overlay, and that includes the core of the downtown shown in red here, as well as the high density residential areas in this dark orange. This boundary extends then all the way over to Milpas, to capture Milpas here, and includes this commercial manufacturing area. So the idea was this is where we found we got the highest traffic relief, congestion relief, and you have the most synergy between the commercial services and good transit, walkability, access by bike, etc. Part of the thinking here of linking these two commercial areas, the downtown and Milpas, was that these areas in here typically have lower land costs and would be more affordable for housing production. But the downside of that, of course, is that then you leave open your manufacturing and industrial areas to gentrification, because housing will in fact eventually increase those prices and displace those uses. So now turning to the first option here, this is really, in some ways, this it opens it up to all the multifamily designations, whether it be on this side of the freeway here, the medium high, or the high, the downtown, all the commercial areas, and all the multifamily areas. This maximizes the potential for rental housing because this is all the areas basically. But sort of the trade-off there, the con with the greatest geographic area, it's also less effective in terms of transit benefits and access to commercial services. It's not as tight or compact. And also, this does include some of those districts where, as Ms. Weiss mentioned, some of the neighborhoods that are not specifically interested in higher densities, and have made that very clear throughout the planning process. So that turns then to option 2, and you see here, as I toggle back and forth, you remove these residential areas. So, for example, the area around Cottage Hospital, Upper East Side, the Bungalow District, also the commercial manufacturing district here, those would be all then removed. So this would be the second greatest potential for housing opportunities, less those districts that aren't interested in higher densities. But the land use pattern would still be relatively dispersed in regard to transit benefits and access to commercial services. So that leads us to the third option here, and this is focused primarily on the primary commercial districts. That in itself ensures access to good transit benefits and commercial services. However, there's significantly less potential for housing, and particularly those multifamily areas well served by transit and commercial. So in other words, the areas adjacent to the downtown here would not be eligible then for that overlay. Now, a variation on the theme here was proposed by Commissioner Lodge, and that would be to limit this option to just the lower portion of the downtown here, as well as the Five Points and the La Cumbre area here. So you would eliminate the De La Vina, Upper State here, and Milpas. And then the other component of that would be that those areas would only be eligible for all residential projects. So in other words, you wouldn't get that 50% incentive if it was a mixed-use project. It would only be if it was all residential. And if I mischaracterize that, then Commissioner Lodge, I'm sure, will correct me.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Lodge.
I did not mean to eliminate the rental and workforce housing overlay. That would be included as well.
Okay. And then the fourth option here would be to limit it to the core downtown area and the high density multifamily area. Now, this would, of course, be the most compact land use pattern with the greatest transit benefits and easy pedestrian bike access to the commercial services in and around the downtown, and would include both commercial and multifamily. It would provide the greatest number of workforce units with the greatest level of congestion relief within the most compact land use pattern. However, it would not produce the highest amount of potential housing opportunities. So, in a nutshell, those are the four options. I should say the five options if you include the variation on option 3. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dayton.
So with the changes of the direction that Council made in terms of transportation, the question is, how does that affect the policy language? And we put in the framework document, and then how does that affect the environmental document? As we've explained during the process, really the drive behind circulation in our history is to prevent congestion. There's other things that relate to quality of life and the environment, but it's always been a keep the congestion away from our city type of policy strategy. And so we've left that flavor in the policy language under C6, circulation improvements. And so you can see that policy, as it reads there, it says where existing anticipated congestion occurs, improve traffic flow in conjunction with providing improved access for pedestrians, bicycles, and public and private transportation through physical roadway improvements and travel demand management strategies. So that becomes kind of our flagship policy for implementing strategies that would then deter congestion. Where the Planning Commission was saying implement travel demand management strategies in a very committed level right now, begin right now. You were saying we planned and we did this model. We see the end. We don't like it, and we want to implement the TDM strategies now. The council is the variation is not to take out the travel demand management strategies, to leave them in, but to implement them as congestion occurs. So what the important piece of this strategy will be, obviously, the adaptive management program and developing, as you will be involved in, the triggers for which we would be implementing those strategies. The moderate, the robust TDM strategies, they're all the same strategies. The only difference really is between how how far you go within that strategy. So all the strategies will remain, and whether they're a moderate strategy, a baby step, or a robust strategy, they will remain in the toolbox, so to speak, of what we can do. And then as you develop the adaptive management program, you would have the opportunity to say, okay, well, we need a trigger within the land development process that says, hey, now it's time to implement something, and then a way to choose that. I think it's important to point out also, in addition to TDM, we have 3 intersections that we have identified in the EIR that need improvement. We've got improvements that we can move forward with, and then also developing an intersection master plan with some of the other intersections to see, are there other strategies that we can do physically at those intersections to improve the traffic flow. And then the other question, how is this impacted in the environmental document? Well, with the change, when the shift from we're going to do it now to we're going to wait and see, we felt like the best position was to not incorporate the travel demand management strategies at all, because they're not assumed. We can't assume what the process will be, whether or not they'll be implemented. For instance, it could be that there's factors that we don't need to implement them. Gas prices go up. So we didn't assume them at all. And of course, that brings the congestion levels to, after 20 years with the same assumptions we had throughout the document, to be a little bit worse. And then I'll be available to answer more questions if you have them.
Good afternoon, Commission. The last discussion item that we had identified was the recommended mitigation measures from the EIR. Regular mitigation measures identified in the EIR were items that were identified where we needed to reduce potentially significant impacts. And so the current September draft of the general plan has incorporated the EIR mitigation measures for the most part as proposed general plan policies, again, except for a few exceptions, such as the less strong wording for the TDM and parking pricing policies. The EIR also identifies recommended measures. These measures also propose additions to the general plan policies and programs to clarify, to strengthen, or to add to the policies. And these recommended measures are intended to provide further benefit to the environment in instances where the impacts identified were either not significant or already mitigated. And so adoption of these measures is optional. Next slide. Staff determined that a number of the recommended measures are already covered by proposed general plan policies or existing city policies. And in addition, some of the recommended measures, such as those addressing open space and visual and water resources, were included in the current general plan document because there appeared to be support expressed in the discussions at Planning Commission or Council. Exhibit G identifies the recommended measures that have already been incorporated into the general plan. And then Exhibit H lists the remaining recommended measures identified in the EIR, along with staff recommendations about their inclusion in the general plan or not. And so the Planning Commission is requested to make recommendations to City Council about which of these measures should be included for adoption in the general plan. I'm not intending to walk through the whole list of those remaining items right now. We can certainly go into more detail at the point when the Commission gets into their discussion about that. So the proposed final EIR was released on September 16th and is presented for Planning Commission certification. The items I'll be reviewing are the final EIR responses to comments that we received on the draft EIR, a brief summary of the EIR impacts and mitigations and the alternatives analysis, the hybrid alternative analysis, and the required CEQA findings for certification by the Planning Commission. And then also I'll mention about upcoming City Council CEQA findings as a part of the plan adoption. We received letters and comments during the hearings, and emails, and so forth from 15 public agencies, 16 community interest organizations, 45 individuals, and 6 of the different city commissions and committees. And these included, in some cases, edits and corrections, requests for clarifications, in some cases, questions. And then we've prepared Volume 3 of the final EIR with the comment letters and our proposed written responses. In Volume 1, the main EIR document, the associated clarifications and additions to the EIR are shown in strikeout and underlined format. And the staff report kind of outlined some of these changes to the document analysis in the air quality, heritage resources, water supply, solid waste, and transportation sections. No changes to the EIR impact conclusions resulted from that. The program EIR analysis recognizes that additional growth occurring incrementally over a 20-year period citywide has the cumulative potential for significant environmental effects pertaining to resources, hazards, and public facilities by the year 2030. But most of the potential significant impacts are shown to be avoided or reduced either by existing city policies and programs that are already in place, proposed new general plan update policies and programs, and then in some cases mitigation measures identified in the EIR that are proposed as additional policies and programs in the general plan. The Plan Santa Barbara project description, just to touch on that as a reminder of some of the key aspects which the EIR analyzed. The growth assumptions to the year 2030 were up to 2 million square feet of non-residential and 2,800 additional residential units, which was kind of a historic rate extrapolated into the future. The policy assumptions included density incentives in the range of 27 to 34 units per acre, existing height limits with additional design provisions to address building compatibility, and a moderate expansion of the transportation demand management and parking pricing programs. The final EIR impact analysis identified Class 1 significant impacts after mitigation for traffic and greenhouse gases. By the year 2030, the traffic model projected that peak hour congestion effects could potentially increase the number of impacted intersections from 13 to 20. Existing 13 up to 20. And then actually the draft EIR had identified 21, but further look at the Hot Springs Coast Village Road intersection found that it would not become impacted. As Rob mentioned, roadway and signal improvements could mitigate the effects at maybe 2 to 3 intersections. And the EIR identified that the stronger expansion of transportation demand management and parking pricing could substantially reduce the impacts at most of the intersections, although even with the mitigation, the remaining impact was considered significant. Then with climate change, the greenhouse gas emissions were projected to increase from 1.36 million up to 1.57 million tons per year. The expanded TDM program was, again, the most effective mitigation for this particular thing because it would reduce the number of vehicle trips and overall miles traveled. And so that would have partially mitigated the greenhouse gas generation. The final EIR impacts and mitigations and as far as Class 2, potentially significant but mitigable to a less than significant level, included air quality, diesel particulates, biological resources, upland and riparian habitats, coastal erosion and bluff retreat, facility collection capacity for hazardous materials, development potential on development effects on historic resources, flood hazards from long-range sea level rise, freeway noise affecting residential uses, gradual loss of open space, and adequacy of long-term solid waste disposal capacity. And for each of these potentially significant effects, the EIR analysis identified mitigation measures that would reduce the effects to less than significant levels. Then, before talking about the hybrid alternative, just to briefly go over the overall EIR alternatives analysis. The EIR alternatives represent what's a pretty small range, really, of growth and policy differences that reflected the range of community opinion about general plan policy options and the amount and location of future growth. And the alternatives do include policy differences with the potential to reduce one or more impacts. The analysis evaluates impacts levels compared to the Plan Santa Barbara impact levels. So for the no project, or also called existing policies alternative, that assumed the highest non-residential growth cap of 2.2 million square feet and kind of the historic rate of residential growth at 2,800 units by 2030, and assume the existing city policies for land use, density at the 15 to 27 units per acre, circulation policies and design policies would continue on through that period. So this is kind of a baseline analysis where you assume that the project doesn't go forward and the existing policies continue. This alternative was found by the EIR to have the greatest impacts on traffic, up to 26 intersections affected, greenhouse gas generation, 1.6 million tons per year, potential resources and services effects, although those would be mitigable, and then the worst jobs housing balance at 2 jobs per unit. The lower growth alternative assumed the lowest overall growth, with non-residential at 1 million square feet and residential at 2,000 units. And this alternative assumed retention of current density designations in the 15 to 27 units per acre range, keeping the second unit provisions, keeping most of the circulation and parking policies, but then adding policies for reduced unit sizes, lower building heights, more design standards to really focus and further assure building compatibility, protection of historic resources and community character, and less use of local resources such as water. The EIR analysis found that the potential effects on traffic congestion and climate change would be slightly less than under the Plan Santa Barbara scenario, like about 19 intersections, and mitigation for the robust and TDM and parking programs could largely mitigate this, but it was considered maybe not compatible with the policy set that wanted to, for example, retain parking standards. The potential effects associated with resources and services would be less than for Plan Santa Barbara and also mitigable to less than significant levels. Jobs housing balance would be better at 0.9 jobs per unit. Then the additional housing alternative assumed lower non-residential growth at the 1 million square feet, but more housing at the 4,360 units, and with policies to provide stronger density incentives for affordable housing at 27 to 60 units per acre, and stronger TDM and parking pricing measures. The EIR analysis found this alternative to result in the lowest potential congestion effects at about 15 intersections, and lowest greenhouse gas impacts at 1.4 million tons per year. The effects on resources and services potentially greater than the Plan Santa Barbara, but again, all of those issues seem to be mitigable with all the alternatives. And this one also had a substantially better jobs to housing balance at 0.41 jobs per units. So then that brings us to the hybrid alternative. This was added to the EIR as a separate volume 4 to try and help look at the mix of policy refinements under consideration now by City Council. These, as you just heard, retain many of the components from the original Plan Santa Barbara project, but incorporate some amendments and elements from the EIR lower growth and additional housing alternatives to either address plan objectives or reduce environmental effects. The growth assumptions are for non-residential policy cap at the 1 million for designated category uses. Again, that was small additions, vacant, and community benefit, but then with additional excluded uses. So while the policy is the 1 million, for purposes of environmental impact analysis, we needed to consider how much additional growth might be associated with the excluded uses as well. And so the assumption for EIR analysis was to identify an additional 500,000 square feet non-residential for the excluded uses. The policy assumptions for the EIR analysis.
Mr. Justice, I believe he has a question for you.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but in discussing the alternatives, it would be helpful to understand whether the 0.5 million square feet that's added back into the hybrid alternative, was that same assumption made with all of the other alternatives? I'm trying to compare apples and apples. So if you could go through and let us know in which cases whether 2 million is really 2 million or 2.5 or 2.2, and if you could give us kind of that overview, it would help.
Okay. I guess going back to the no project alternative, there was, I'm actually going to just pull out my chart from the EIR too. Sorry? Oh. Okay, for the no project alternative, I'm just looking at this non-residential. Okay. So for Plan Santa Barbara, just to start with there, the 2 million square feet, again, that's within the city limits, and that did include a limitation of 1.5 million and then a separate 0.5 million for minor additions, demolition, reconstruction, and so forth, the excluded uses. So,
Barbara, can I chime in on that?
Sure.
That was the discussion. It was a fairly consistent point being made about the time we were scoping the EIR. Well, if 1.5 had been used for the last 20 years, let's have the Plan Santa Barbara be 1.5, and then we added the same number. So to answer Commissioner Joseph's question, in the Plan Santa Barbara alternative, it was 1.5 under the categories and a 0.5 for everything else.
Okay, that really does sort of answer the question, I think.
The other alternatives, though, were complete. The alternatives, the lower growth, and the additional housing at $1 million, that assumed $1 million for everything. However, it was divided up, is my understanding.
Yes, that is a good point. We didn't really pull out, separate categories within those other. We just looked at the overall amount. So in this case, because there was specificity in the Plan Santa Barbara and in the hybrid for what were the category uses and the excluded uses, we made that distinction. So those are really the two that are most comparable. The Plan Santa Barbara had the total of 2 million, including 1.5 of the categories and 0.5 for the excluded uses, and the hybrid is now pulling that down to 1 million for the category uses, and again 0.5 for the excluded uses.
So to be clear then, on the lower growth and on the additional housing alternatives, we have a 0.5 plus 0.5 adding up to the 1?
the 1 million which was used for both of those was specifically discussed that would be the total amount of growth. It would be, everything.
Okay, thanks.
So we didn't add more to that. I would say there's perhaps some debate about if the two different sets of excluded uses are not exactly the same list, whether they should be exactly the same assumption. But that was the discussion that we had, and we thought was the best assumption for the amount of additional square footage to assume for purposes of the excluded uses under the hybrid. So the policy assumptions, the greater density incentives under the hybrid, 27 to 45 units per acre, but at more limited locations, and adding the 50% density increase for rental and employer-sponsored housing, the increased building design provisions, more of a height limitation with the required findings and supermajority vote, and more historic resource protections. And then for the TDM, as was discussed earlier, the initial council discussion did not really indicate a majority for the recommended robust TDM package, and the revised language is softened or not as clear. So the point for CEQA purposes is just that it lessens the assurance of how much of those measures would actually occur. So you have to kind of say, can you give full mitigation credit for the revised softened language or not? If you can't, if it's not clear whether or to what extent some of these measures actually occur in the future, the EIR has to kind of assume that, well, we have a current program in place, and so we're really not assured at how much of the rest of the TDM package would actually occur under the current hybrid language. So then going on to the impacts, the traffic, analysis identified that the peak hour traffic congestion impacts would be potentially greater than under the Plan Santa Barbara scenario at 20 to 26 impacted intersections. The reduced residential, non-residential component had some influence in lowering impacts, but the less extensive TDM assumption had more of an effect in raising the impact. Again, in 2 to 3 of the intersections could be mitigated with the roadway and signal improvements, but overall that leaves a greater impact than under the Plan Santa Barbara scenario. Similarly, the energy and greenhouse gas, I actually think that slide is not correct. It says less, and it would actually be a little bit more. There would be less of an effect, again, from the less non-residential in terms of building energy issues, but overall greater due to the less extensive TDM measures. Local resources, the effects on hazards and resources and public facilities would be expected as similar or less than Plan Santa Barbara, and again mitigable. The jobs housing balance is slightly better than Plan Santa Barbara at less than the 1.4 jobs per unit. Then moving on to the final EIR findings, we are at the point for certification of the final EIR, and the Planning Commission findings for this action are shown on the slide. The first finding is that the EIR has been completed in compliance with CEQA. The process has followed the procedural and content requirements of CEQA. Excuse me. The documents were prepared by qualified consultants under city oversight. The EIR analysis meets CEQA content and analysis requirements for a general plan level document, and reflects the scope determined in agreement with the Planning Commission, or at least a majority of the Planning Commission. The city staff, management, and city attorney's office have found that the document meets CEQA requirements and is ready for certification. Second finding is that the final EIR has been presented to the Planning Commission and that the Commission has reviewed and considered it. And then finally, that the final EIR reflects the Commission's independent judgment and analysis. I wanted to also just mention about upcoming City Council CEQA findings for plan adoption. And they would include findings that explain the different significant impacts. They would provide information about findings about feasibility or infeasibility of mitigation or alternatives, and then where the project has significant unmitigable impacts, they need to adopt findings of overriding consideration where they find that the project benefits would outweigh the significant effects and make them acceptable. And then finally, we have gotten just in the last day or so a couple of different letters that came in that asked about some of them are environmental and some of them are on the general plan. And I would just mention a couple of these, and then we'll probably get some more comments in the hearings, and we can come back and respond to all of them. But with respect to the air quality diesel particulate item, there were some comments about the interim Highway 101 residential setback, and staff thought that there were some good points there, and we can bring back some wording refinements for your consideration. On the highway noise analysis, that was a complicated issue because on the one hand we're looking at future growth in the city and what would be the effects on noise, particularly things like the noise contours along the freeway and how that would affect the city. But then we're also looking at changing the noise standards, and so it does get complicated. We did get a letter about that. We think that the EIR analysis is appropriate and did look at impacts both within the 60, the current standard, and the 65 levels. We've received another letter from Mr. Dahl with a lot of comments that are actually somewhat site-specific comments on an individual parcel that may be outside the scope of a citywide general EIR for a general plan. We've received some comments from the Mesa architects that were primarily transportation related, and I'm going to maybe let Rob and our consultant AMEC respond to those as well. And so, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn it back to Ms. Weiss for the conclusion.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Weiss?
Yes, thank you, Chair Bartlett and Planning Commission. We've tried to cover quite a bit of material just in our introductory remarks, and we do fully expect that as a result of the public hearing and then as the Commission runs into the discussion point that we'll be assisting and providing additional discussion. But the focus of our overview today was to cover an overview and highlight some of the issues that we do believe additional discussion will take place and is needed. The actions recommended at this phase in Plan Santa Barbara and for your special meeting today, tomorrow, are to consider certification of the final EIR and then forward your recommendations to City Council. In working through this process towards the end of the year, we have council consideration for adoption of the general plan tentatively scheduled for October 26th and 27th. In the staff report, we also give an indication towards a fairly substantial implementation program that would be necessary to move forward, and we anticipate having a real work session type discussion early next year with the Planning Commission and City Council on prioritizing the implementation steps for the general plan. And that concludes our report at this point.
Great. Thank you very much. I would like to open it up to the Commission briefly if there's any questions on the presentation material that we just received while it's fresh in our minds before we go into public comment. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question that I'm willing to share right now for Ms. Weiss is confusion over the difference between the discussion on the certification of the FEIR versus discussion on points for the general plan update, and in particular density. So I know there's going to be multiple discussions and multiple opinions as this happens here and goes back up the food chain on density, but does the certification of the FEIR, the decision we're going to make first, is that reliant on picking a density level or levels and locations now as part of that certification, or is that more appropriate of a discussion after that when we get into the general plan update recommendations?
Good question. There definitely is a distinction. The consideration to certify the final EIR, and if we could just backtrack to the findings slide, is this 4-volume document. Was it completed in compliance with CEQA? Does it reflect the scope of work that was identified to be studied? And again, we have now these 5 alternatives. And within the range of study of the 5 alternatives, we've looked at different density, we've looked at different locations, and different sets of mitigation, for example, that could be applied to all the alternatives. So the environmental document and your finding for certification is this is an informational tool. It's been prepared appropriately. It's adequate. It contains valuable information upon which you would then, in the subsequent distinct second step, rely upon. So I'm not saying this quite as legalistically and technically correct, but...
Betty, if I can add?
Yes.
Again, I just wanted to say that this range of alternatives, it's a fairly small range, but we were expecting that we would, I think with any general plan, all the way through to the end, you're refining it, you're picking and choosing a certain policy from different alternatives. It wasn't actually necessary to do this additional hybrid analysis because we could pick and choose already from the alternatives we had there. It was just done to try and, just kind of help see what that particular combination would look like. But we can make findings for a project within the range of policies and range of growth and the range of impacts, the range of mitigations that are studied in there, even though there's some differences that occur.
Now, the second step is the recommendations on the general plan. We're anticipating that the Planning Commission will perhaps start their discussion where you left off. How does our recommendation hold? Would it change in one way or the other? And as Ms. Shelton just said, if the recommendation of the Planning Commission, but more importantly, the ultimate action of the City Council is within the range that's studied in the EIR, then both fit together as a whole. The informational document, your recommendation, and then ultimately the City Council's action.
Great. That really helps. Ms. Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we not also, I seem to remember from discussion that Mr. Wiley had with the City Council, we're also supposed, in our certification, we're saying that it is a complete and accurate document. Is that...
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lodge, the finding is that it was completed in compliance with CEQA and that it reflects the PC's independent judgment and analysis. And so I think in compliance with CEQA means that, yes, it's reasonably complete and accurate. I think in the staff report I provided the CEQA language that is used for determining the adequacy of an EIR. I know that You mentioned that you had a few more edits and corrections of facts on some of the historic issues that you wanted to be reflected in there, and
just found another one in response to a previous comment that
right,
inaccurate.
But certainly the commission can make any, as a part of their findings and certification, they can make additional corrections to the document now if they want to direct certain changes. As far as the document itself, because we currently have a proposed final document that has underlined strikeout of changes, typically what we would do, we would wait 10 days to see if the certification decision is appealed or not. If it's appealed, we'll kind of keep this document and take it to City Council, because they would be having to take the certification action again. If there was not an appeal, at that point we would take the document and make all the final changes, take all the strikeout, underline out, and present the certified document to Council. So there is the ability to make additional edits with the Planning Commission certification action.
Mr. Chair and Ms. Sheldon, is there still the language, or I think Mr. Vincent has it, about good faith effort at full disclosure?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, while Ms. Shelton was speaking, I was finding that guideline section so I could read it verbatim to you. CEQA does not require technical perfection in the preparation of an EIR, rather adequacy and completeness, and a good faith effort at full disclosure. So, the way I would recommend your consideration regarding any of these changes is, if you see an error or a mistake that is makes a substantive difference to your understanding of this document as being complete, please let us know. We'll make a correction. We'll deal with that. If it's a technical error on a date or something like that as to a point in history, the staff has made a very full effort at full disclosure, and I believe the document is accurate and an adequate representation of what you can expect to come from the general plan.
Mr. Wiley, did you care to add to that?
Mr. Chair, I couldn't resist, because we've actually we've talked about this, and the city has even seen litigation over this issue, and the question is, what does certification mean, and then what does it mean to use an EIR to approve a project? And that's really fundamentally what CEQA was about, to use an EIR that's been certified to approve or maybe even to disapprove a project or to substantially change a project. What Scott just read, it all came to our mind. That's in terms of the substance of an EIR. Was something left out that you feel should be in there, or was something stated in some way that you're not agreeing with? And hopefully we've reached a point where, by and large, the substance of this EIR is something that you're comfortable with. But let me back up. As I see certification, it really has to do with what lawyers call procedural due process. It's about the process. And when I think clearly, to certify an EIR, you're saying the process was followed. CEQA requires certain steps. We're all familiar with them. A draft EIR, a comment period of a certain length, putting it out there in public, response to comments, each step of that process, including the public noticing. And so in certifying an EIR, you're saying the staff and the consultants followed the proper process. There was, if you will, procedural due process in CEQA terms. So to certify it in that sense, you're not agreeing with it, but you're saying, yeah, we did all the steps right. And it's more than just the process, though. It is, CEQA, an alternatives analysis is one of the things that is required in an EIR. A summary is required, an index. So has the city and the consultants complied with all of those things? When you certify an EIR, you're saying, yeah. And as Scott says, no one's expecting perfection. So I think then, well, what is it when that second step? And you're going to be asked to make recommendations to the City Council, and in making those recommendations, you're using this EIR that you've hopefully certified. It isn't that you agree with the EIR, because the EIR is going to have a lot of subjective judgments in it, and you're not expected to agree with it. It's an informational document, but you are expected to take that information and use it in the way that you, in your good judgment, feel is appropriate. And in this case, in the case of a general plan amendment, because the City Council really has to be the ultimate decision maker, you're making recommendations to them. You're using that EIR to make that make those recommendations. So let me stop by saying, on the one hand, it's proper process was followed. On the other hand, it's the substance, and you're not necessarily agreeing with the substance, because that's really what you're sitting up there to decide. I hope that helps.
Great, thank you. Any other question, Ms. Lodge? That was it? Okay. Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to understand what the environmentally superior alternative is. I didn't get maybe I missed it, but I didn't get a clear reading from the EIR and what that is. And my interpretation of that is the alternative that has the greatest ability to reduce unavoidable impacts. The Class 2 impacts are mitigated to acceptability by definition.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Justice, we did take maybe a little bit unusual tack in this section of the document, which I think is appropriate for a general plan, because you're dealing with citywide programmatic analysis of all the different impacts. You have a project as a plan which has many, many objectives, some of which you have to balance between them. And so that's really going to be the decision makers to decide which are the most important policy objectives and which are the most important issues, and what's the best balance. So the analysis indicated that the lower growth alternative kind of overall would have the least impacts. But there was a second analysis also showing that the additional housing alternative would have the lowest impacts associated with some of the bigger issues that you're talking about, the traffic, greenhouse gases, and so forth, some of the Class 1 impacts. So that was the conclusion of the EIR preparers. It's simply informational. It's just part of the analysis, and people can disagree with that approach, but it's just informational in the document. There's no, the fact that one or the other is considered environmentally superior is just an informational point.
Ms. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you prefer that we just ask general questions now and more detailed questions later after public comment?
Well, if there were questions that came up during the presentation on what we just saw, I wanted to focus it on that. If you've had other questions based on all the material you've been reading, let's wait until after public comment.
Okay, then I think my one question right now does go back to CEQA. So, Mr. Vincent, if you could bear with us for another line of query here. I'm trying to reconcile both on page 17 of the staff report, which seems to be direction of the City Council to the Planning Commission to complete a final review of the EIR and certify. And yet, when I read directly from the CEQA guidelines in Exhibit F, and Ms. Shelton, you referenced this, there doesn't seem to be explicit identification of which decision-making body in a municipality in our city needs to certify. It references City Council action to approve the general plan. Could you help me understand what the explicit obligation is in terms of CEQA in terms of EIR certification under CEQA for us in the next couple of days?
The city of Santa Barbara has adopted local guidelines for the implementation of CEQA. Those local guidelines specify that the Planning Commission is the body that certifies an environmental impact report. The CEQA guidelines go on to say that any decision by a non-elected body on the approval or disapproval of or the certification or non-certification of an EIR, I guess it would be only on the appeal of a certification, may be appealed to the City Council, to the elected body as well.
So would it be sufficient for the Planning Commission to simply forward a recommendation on certification to the council, or do we actually need to take the full voting step to certify or not certify, or some other position in between?
The Planning Commission should take an action to certify or not.
Okay.
If the Planning Commission does not certify, then we need to figure out how to solve the problem that led you to not certify the document. But the appeal to the City Council would only be from a certification.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Lodge, I see you have another question.
Well, it's more in the nature of a comment, but it came up from Mr. Joseph's question about the environmentally superior alternative, and this is an issue which I raised before and which still troubles me, although I guess it's become somewhat moot because the City Council is not going does not appear to be going in the direction of a robust TDM. But we had alternatives where a robust TDM was applied to one, which made it look quite good on certain issues, and it wasn't applied to the others. It could have been applied to the others, but this has made the EIR troublesome for me.
Mr. Chair, just a brief response. I think if you really look at the discussion there, the decision on the lower growth alternative was to try and look at policies that were in that set, which included things like maintaining or increasing parking standards. Some of the policies did not appear to be consistent with the idea of robust TDM. And so while it was not applied per se, there was discussion in there that said it could be applied to this alternative and it could reduce the impacts. And it might not have as much effectiveness as the other alternative because of some of the not having some of the measures that kind of work concurrently together in terms of additional affordable housing and so forth. But the discussion is in.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vinson.
I do want to speak to this question or the topic of the environmentally superior alternative and CEQA. I understand that it has become common practice when an EIR is prepared that the EIR preparer identifies one of the alternatives as the environmentally superior alternative. I want to remind the Commission that like the EIR that was prepared for the Sandman redevelopment project, the CEQA statute does not even use the phrase environmentally superior alternative. The phrase only comes up once in the guidelines, and that is only in the context of when the no project alternative is determined to be the environmentally superior alternative, that another alternative must be selected as such. My point here is that even Mr. Joseph's question, he had to define what he considered to be the environmentally superior alternative. And in Ms. Shelton's answer, and in the EIR's discussion of the environmentally superior alternative, bears out the fact that you have to balance environmental effects against one another in order to come up with an environmentally superior alternative. The point of this comment is I don't want the Commission to get hung up on looking for an environmentally superior alternative amongst the alternatives of the document. It is not a CEQA requirement. It doesn't speak to the sufficiency of the document. What I want the Commission to focus on is using the EIR and its analysis of each of the alternatives and their constituent parts in advising your recommendations to the City Council on its general plan policies.
Thank you very much. That helps. Mr. Jordan, your light was on and then it went on. Did it get answered? Perfect. Okay. Well, if that's it for commission questions, I would like to open public comment. And do you have more comment slips there, Betty? They're all here now? Okay. I didn't do a recount, but I think we're probably approaching 20. So we have a lot to talk about today. I do want to give everybody a chance. I would appreciate brevity and agreeing with prior speakers if that is the case, so that we can try and move through this and get to our deliberations. I would like to allow about 2 minutes for each speaker, and I will announce the name of the speaker and then the next person proceeding. If you could be ready so that we can do the rapid handoff, that would really be appreciated. So our first speaker will be Norbert Dahl, followed by Carter Walters.
Thank you.
It's on. It's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Point of clarification, if you please. I understand that there are two people in the audience who have asked the chair if they can yield their time to me.
As long as they're still in the audience. Okay.
Thank you.
Those are the next two speaker slips.
Okay.
You could read Carter and...
Okay, and Tracy Wald. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. Well, let me restart you then. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Norbert Dahl for Thomas Felke, who owns 2 parcels on El Camino de la Luz, but has a programmatic interest in both the EIR that is before you as well as the general plan that, as we all know, is the project for CEQA purposes. Your duty today, planning commissioners, under the law, is to engage in an independent analysis and arrive at independent conclusions with regard to whether or not the fact set on which the general plan relies is accurate, on whether all significant adverse environmental effects have been identified, and whether within reason and subject to things like overriding considerations and mitigation schemes, which in the Sundstrom case the court ruled have to be present and not speculative future mitigations, whether that bundle in fact reduces or avoids potentially significant adverse effects of the project, the general plan in its entirety, on the physical environment. We would submit to you that the EIR is severely deficient and the general plan as it is before you, the update, does not meet the applicable standards either. Let me summarize in the interest of time. The significant impacts to the physical environment that my client has identified, using his property as a template, if you will, but clearly the issues go far beyond just his property, are issues of sea level rise, of erosion, of visual perspective, of specificity of the land use map in the general plan, and whether it places public recreational use on private property without that private property being acquired, on the breadth and application of policies, especially where mitigation applies, and finally, the bundle of implementation actions that have both very broad effect, I think of biological habitat conservation, for instance, that have broad effect throughout similar parts of the city, like along the shoreline, but also have very specific effect. As the maps show, they very specifically apply those policies to real property on the ground, and therefore apply the policies to parcels. So there's always a flux in these things between broad programmatic issues and their relevance to individual properties. And it would be an error to lose sight of the latter, and our client asks that you do not do so. What I would like you to visualize in your minds is the project is the general plan update. In the area in which my client is programmatically interested as well as site-specifically interested, the implementation of the general plan that is before you, the update, as analyzed by the EIR, would result in a massive collapsed landform with tens of millions of cubic yards of debris put into the nearshore waters of the Pacific Ocean. That would destroy city infrastructure, including streets, sewers, water lines, public utilities, part of the bikeway system, and other infrastructure components, lighting and so on. It would have a massive impact on water quality. The increases in turbidity would likely destroy the photosynthesis ability of the nearshore perennial giant kelp. The benthic habitat, the rough bottom habitat, would be destroyed by earthen material and debris settling onto it. The harbor would be closed as this material, through the littoral process, moves the 1.5 miles downshore. The botanical habitat values that are so dear to all of us because they are part of the intrinsic landscape of this setting, of this general plan, would be destroyed. It might sometimes subsequently reappear in other settings, but it would be destroyed as we know it today, in this segment of the shoreline. That is the effect, the programmatic effect of this general plan update for the segment of the shoreline on the mesa west of the Santa Barbara Lighthouse.
You're at 5 minutes right now, so you've got one more.
Thank you. For those reasons, as we've indicated in our written correspondence, our client makes 4 requests. The first request is that you, the planning commissioners, look really carefully at the land use maps, because boundaries between land use designations, districts, are imprecise, in part do not reflect property lines critically along the shoreline, and will result very likely in litigation, not necessarily involving my client, but potentially others, as well as lots of administrative headaches. Secondly, forgive me, that terms of art, like coastal bluff, and sea cliff, on which various policies hang, be specifically defined and be related to factual evidence rather than to speculation or wishes. Thirdly, and there are only 4, thirdly, that the Planning Commission get its arms around local sea level rise, because the database on which you're being asked to make decisions is based on statewide California sea level projections or past data, when we all know that the tectonics of this shoreline are very unusual. Last but not least, we ask that there be specificity with regard to identifying the minimum size as well as the fragmentation of coastal sage scrub and lemonade berry habitat, because right now what is in the documents, EIR as well as general plan update, is totally insufficient to allow you or anyone else to implement those provisions. Thank you very much, and we're available to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker will be Megan Burney, followed by Ginny Brush. Okay. I'll get it.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Burney. I'm with the Community Environmental Council, and I have been here many times before, and I believe you're fully aware of our concerns. So today I'm actually not going to talk about our concerns. All I want to do today is to tell you thank you and tell you that we are very proud to be a part of this general plan process. Over the past few years, you have been presented with decisions and opinions and problems, and you've had to make a lot of tough choices, a lot of choices that many of us probably wouldn't want to make. And while we might not agree with all of the decisions that came out of those, we do feel that they were in good faith, and we do feel that they present the best path forward. We believe that those decisions, this hybrid model that you all presented to the City Council in June, will help us retain what we love about Santa Barbara, while also giving us the flexibility to plan for the future. So today, we simply want to ask you to stand by your decisions in June, and when you move forward with recommendations to the City Council, that those be reflective of the decisions you made in June, and also that came forward with the support of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginny Brush, followed by Mickey Flax.
Chair Bartlett, members of the Commission, I just wanted to speak briefly in support of inclusion of a master plan for arts and culture in the general master plan. A master plan for arts and culture envisions a future in which public art will join this list of remarkable attributes that one thinks of when they think of Santa Barbara. Public art over time will be a tool to create and enhance a sense of place, help identify our neighborhoods, and enrich our communal experiences of public space and the architectural framework of Santa Barbara. It will announce to residents and visitors alike that they are in a city that values the quality of the built environment by virtue of its art, as well as its architecture and its attention to sustainability in the future. In a time when public spaces are increasingly privatized and homogenized, public art becomes an important means by which a community can project its unique identity. Public art should intensify our relationship to the city, its cultural heritage, and nurture our sense of community with our fellow citizens. Public art must not be an afterthought, forced to decorate our public spaces and mitigate the impact of poorly planned urban spaces, usually at the end of a fragmented planning process. Instead, public art should be an integral part of community planning, thereby intensifying our experience of the public realm and opening opportunities to create meaningful civic discourse for our citizens. A public art and culture master plan for the city of Santa Barbara represents an opportunity to redefine not only the relationship of art to the urban space, but also our commitment to the urban scene that promotes civic life and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. You're almost right on 2 minutes. Good timing. Mickey Flax, to be followed by John Campanella.
I'll take the part that she didn't use.
It's gone already.
I want to address the certification issue. Our statement, I'm Nikki Flax from SB for All, and our statement addresses the larger issue as well. But on the issue of certification, after much public debate and community involvement, the Planning Commission recommended to Council a hybrid alternative that had broad and vast community support. We supported that because even though we had some difficulties with it, because we felt it reflected a genuine compromise intended to and capable of meeting most of Plan Santa Barbara's goals. The only project that meets all of Santa Barbara's goals is the additional housing scenario, but we'll leave that for the moment. And we gave the hybrid recommendations our full support. It is our belief that the EIR, the FEIR, and its analysis of the hybrid has veered away from the hybrid model. It no longer includes the robust TDM that was part of the hybrid. It flirts with notions of reductions in proposed densities that were part of the hybrid. It removes the recommendation that would allow projects up to 60 feet for community benefit and offers no alternative way other than under the affordable housing policies to make a community benefit designation. We continue to believe strongly that the additional housing scenario is the best alternative to allow us to meet the future needs of Santa Barbara. However, we reiterate our support for the package of consensus hybrid recommendations made by the Planning Commission. And we cannot support a hybrid model that makes modifications in one area and undoes the balance of the package, including reductions of densities, a removal of TDM measures, and or the removal of incentives for the private development of workforce units, along with rental and employer-sponsored units, also cooperatively built workforce units. So we encourage the Planning Commission to reaffirm their support for their earlier recommendations and only certify the EIR to the extent that it does reflect the independent judgment and analysis of the Planning Commission rather than staff's interpretation of what the City Council might want.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, John Campanello to be followed by Ed France.
Good afternoon. Just like to make a couple of observations, if I can, and some questions as well. On the additional housing alternative that was just being discussed, I believe that's the one alternative that, in addition to being environmentally better relative to traffic impacts and also greenhouse gases, also starts to eat into the jobs housing imbalance that we currently have. And I'd like to have that confirmed. I believe the hybrid that we're looking at right now, which is a lower density and lower number of units, sort of balances with the 1 million square feet that's being looked at under the hybrid, where that might equate to about 2,500 units or 2,800 units when you look at the number of jobs that would be created. So I think we're just, on the hybrid, we're balancing what's going to happen in the future, but we're not taking any care of any shortfall that's occurred to date that has caused house prices to go up and rentals to go up. I'm looking at this specifically from the rental standpoint in what the goal is to get more rentals for workforce on the ground. So I think we have to look at what the total number of units are that can eat into this need that we have. Secondly, for the rental to be feasible, land costs have to be less per parcel, and we need more rental units per site. I mean, it's just simple mathematics and simple costs. What I urge then, in looking at the alternatives and the options for where the higher density should go and the overlays, et cetera, the number of units per site, we have to keep track of the fact that the land inventory that we have, as I believe it's Appendix G to the EIR support, we have a lot of parcels that can put housing on it, but they average 3 or 4 units apiece. There's very few sizable parcels left in the city. There's only about 100 units you can get on vacant sites between R3, R4, and commercial, if I'm reading the report correctly. So you have to get creative on when an opportunity comes up to tear down something and build something new. With the reduction in square footage for non-residential use, I would guess that downtown commercial properties are going to become more valuable in the future, not less, which means it's going to be less of an opportunity to create housing downtown at the price points that we want for rentals. So keep the options open. R3, R4, you're going to have to get creative because you're blending into existing communities. I think a lot of the commercial areas that are currently looked at as possibilities, the largest yellow circles for opportunity sites are at La Cumbre Plaza and 5 Points. I don't think that can happen in the near term.
You're at about 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. And the last item, if I can, would be the CM area. CM right now is lower land cost, unutilized sites with only a million square foot cap. You're not going to see much building down there anyway. And if I guess you look where the middle income jobs are in walking distance to opportunities for housing, it would be in that area.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ed France to be followed by Barbara Fosbrink. Okay. Barbara Fosbrink to be followed by Hillary Blackerby.
Chairman Bartlett and members of the Planning Commission, I apologize for not getting you anything in writing until today, but you should have a letter from State Parks and the Santa Barbara Trust. I'm here today representing Richard Roselle, District Superintendent for Channel Coast District of California State Parks. In reviewing the documents presented for action, we found that a subtle yet critical element is missing. In the discussion of historic resource protection, explicit language requiring the use of methodical and objective criteria to ensure protection and preservation of individual historic structures is absent. The guidance, policy, and recommended evaluation tools offered in the current documents lean heavily on criteria used to assess community design, character, and for the creation of historic districts or overlays. In our comment letter of May 13th to you, we discussed microclimates around historic buildings and the potential impacts that loss of light and air might have to historic structures. The state's historic preservation officer, Wayne Donaldson, carried a similar concern to the council in a letter he wrote in June when he stated that many historic buildings, especially adobes, have acclimatized to the air circulation and wind, light, shade, temperature and humidity, vibration and noise, and air quality of that place. The organic materials that make up the historic structure of a building have reached equilibrium. Mr. Donaldson encouraged the council to consider the city's historic resources as historic artifacts in and of themselves and see them as more than simply visual elements that need to be respected by design standards. Protecting the value of a historic structure is not simply a matter of compatibility in design and character, especially when compatibility is defined through primarily subjective and aesthetic analysis. Environmental and physical conditions vary from site to site throughout the city. There are no general rules that make sense for all locations. A specific site and building analysis must occur to ensure that a historic structure or property, its fabric and use, will not be threatened or compromised by a new development proposed near or adjacent to it. A historic structures report can inform this evaluation, yet it may not include the needed analysis of potential impacts of new development. Given the absence of clarity on this point in the documents before you for consideration, we recommend that city staff be directed to add the following policy statement into the city's general plan and for it to be applied to all of the city of Santa Barbara's state and federally eligible and listed historic resources. So the recommended policy is the burden shall be placed on new or reuse development proposals to acknowledge and respect the physical and aesthetic conditions surrounding and within historic structures by demonstrating in a methodical and objective manner a no change, no harm condition for the exterior and interior of the historic structure. Until such time as a historic resource element is adopted, this evaluation is recommended to include a comparative assessment of air circulation, humidity, temperature, heating and cooling dynamics, noise, vibration, air quality, light and shade conditions. While clearly the architectural values of a historic structure contribute to its visual character, there are a suite of other considerations that must be primary in any evaluation of risk or impact to the integrity of a historic structure. It's imperative that the policy directions and mitigation measures crafted to address the protection and preservation of historic resources, be they adobes, wood frame, stone, or other natural material, have separate and independent criteria that focus on the specific historic structure or property, its structural viability and use. It's only through a thorough process that delivers a clear understanding of existing conditions and needs that any new development can sensitively be designed and objectively reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could give staff your letter if you have it. Oh, you've got it? Okay, great. Thank you. Hillary Blackerby to be followed by David Pritchett.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Hillary Blackerby. I'm a member of the city's Transportation and Circulation Committee. We had our last meeting last Thursday, and just to pass this on, I didn't hear it in the staff report. Maybe it's buried in that packet somewhere. But the TCC wanted to forward to the Planning Commission and to the Council, and the vote was unanimous, that the TCC finds that the hybrid alternative without the TDM policies is environmentally inferior and not consistent with the circulation element. It's very unfortunate. I definitely appreciate the Planning Commission forwarding to Council a robust TDM. We think that's the best thing to address congestion and do some planning. I think TDM definitely shows planning. You are the Planning Commission, so that was a good idea. If we do what it seems like the Council is moving towards with just saying, oh, we'll leave it in there, but do it on an adaptive management program level, that's a wait-and-see approach. That's not planning, and we think that's really unfortunate, especially because the reference to stakeholders when adaptive management comes in, the definition of stakeholders is sketchy at best a lot of times in this city, and hope that everyone that a TDM policy or any type of change to our policies and how we're going to address all these level of service, bad level of service intersections that we're going to get, we want to make sure that everyone who will be affected by that is addressed if we can't keep any of the TDM in. So thank you for all of your work, and good luck.
Thank you. Okay, David Pritchett will be followed by Connie Hanna.
Good afternoon. I'm also with the Transportation and Circulation Committee. As my committee colleague Hillary Blackerby mentioned, we got a last chance to look at the final EIR at our meeting last week, and we mustered a motion and a finding that advancing a project alternative with so many Class 1 impacts for traffic congestion is inconsistent with the circulation element. And if we do anything on the Transportation Committee is to understand and analyze and make recommendations about the circulation element. That's our primary duty. You've danced around your question today about do you have to pick an alternative or label one as environmentally superior? I request you do. A lot of the discussion today has been set up for the Planning Commission to make recommendations to the City Council using your expertise. Well, a good recommendation is which alternative is the environmentally superior alternative. And even though the City Attorney says you don't have to, that's a pretty strong tradition in the universe of EIRs and CEQA analysis. So the problem with advancing an alternative without the Transportation Demand Management, TDM, is that it's a conscious decision to increase congestion. And so today I'm looking out for one mode of transportation, and that is a mode of car drivers in Santa Barbara. Today I'm looking out for drivers, and to pick a planning choice that will increase congestion for cars on the road is not good planning. And you heard from staff a little bit that the TDM suite of activities cannot really be enforced. That's what I was hearing. It's adaptive. Staff talked about triggers, but we don't know what the triggers are. Other staff at our committee meeting and in other meetings have said, well, there's really no way to make TDM be implemented or go and be enacted. It's not part of the plan. It's just another project option, as far as we could tell, that staff may come up with in 5 years or 20 years or never. So the way to get to this question is what you all danced around last time, and we heard some good ideas from Commissioner Jordan, is that there are experts. There's this professor at UCLA, whose name always escapes me, who people talked about presenting real data on how TDM works, and that never came together. But I encourage you all as a Planning Commission to take the lead, get that presentation so people know what TDM really is or is not as it affects the business climate and driver responses. And also, my last point...
3 minutes now. So.
My last point is our liaison, Commissioner Schwartz, came to several of our meetings. I think should be a great resource in your discussion about what the Transportation Committee was thinking about on why we don't want you to approve Class 1 impacts for traffic congestion. Thanks.
Thanks. Connie Hanna to be followed by Bill Marks.
I'm Connie Hanna, speaking for the League of Women Voters. We want to ask for a discussion of a central question about the plan. The city is now proposing to raise base density in some areas up to 68 units per acre. We think the public should be clear about what this will mean when you add incentives, bonus density, or inclusionary units. It appears to us that this would produce much over 60 units per acre, which is 3 times the present base density. Even if the units are small, that large number probably cannot be built in 2 or 3 stories, and will once again produce buildings that are too large for most areas. And will these units really be affordable to our workforce? The EIR projects that this density increase would bring 10,400 more people into the city. That's in contrast to 4,800 that the lower growth pattern would bring. This is a serious issue. Do you want a plan for that big an increase in population? Can we prevent market rate housing from building to these high densities? The League has supported giving incentives for permanent rentals or for employer-subsidized housing, but we don't want them to be out of scale with the rest of the city. They will have as much impact on our water supply, traffic capacity, and energy use as any other project would have. We want to see the city live within its resources and have new buildings that are compatible with the character of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Marks will be followed by Leanne French.
Chair Bartlett, excuse me, and commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. One big problem we face is the jobs housing imbalance and the related problem of a commuter traffic crunch. It at least makes these problems smaller by adding only the hybrid's 1.5 million square feet of non-residential job and commuter producing space rather than Plan Santa Barbara's 2 million. The wrong way, the lower growth 1 million alternative substantially eliminates this imbalance. It's almost a 1-to-1. It's even better than a 1-to-1 ratio. And I'm glad to see this alternative included in the EIR so we can see that. The wrong way to make the traffic problem smaller is to chase cars out of the downtown business district by making parking there more expensive and complicated, thereby only exporting traffic and business to Upper State and Goleta, where shoppers can park for free. Waiting for 25 minutes for a northbound number 6 or number 11, whichever came first the other day, made me aware that MTD could step up its State Street schedule or augment it with a shuttle that ran the full length of State Street, dropping you off right in front of businesses at both ends. Finally, I would look forward to a connective future that included more electric shuttles and buses, a commuter rail system, electric car shares, and bikes or scooters for fun-loving people, all of which problem solvers have clear merit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leanne French to be followed by Paul Hernati. Were you going to speak for all three, or you want everybody?
All three of us will be speaking.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Congratulations. Well, I'm Leanne French speaking on behalf of Citizens Planning Association. Three of us will be speaking this afternoon on the comments that we've really pushed hard to present today. I want to first of all congratulate you on getting to this point. It's sort of monumentous, and it's a time to pause and take a deep breath. This is a big step, and overall, CPA really does support the effort that it has taken to get to this point, and believes that it has been a good faith effort to bring this to bear. However, we're a little bit disappointed that it's been so rushed in the review of these documents, and we ask that the Commission consider not taking a vote today and giving us an extra couple weeks to review these documents. We are not suggesting a delay beyond the time of the currently scheduled City Council meeting. We understand the importance of that schedule, but if there would be additional time for us to finish a thorough review, we'd appreciate it. We have prepared a few comments based on what we were able to digest over the last 10 days, and we'd like to present that. We do think density is one of the critical issues, and I know you're going to be spending more time deliberating that in the next 2 days. We do believe that there's a fair amount of consensus on the density issues, generally where to put it, mostly that it is needed, some additional density, but really the concern I think for a lot of us has been what should be that new base. Should it be the medium high or the high density? And we have a proposal that we hope that you would consider, which is to maintain the medium high density levels, the 15 to 25 I think is what it is, and consider 100% bonus density for the desired projects, that being rentals, all rental, or employer-based housing. When you combine those two, the medium high with 100% bonus density plus the inclusionary on top of that, you get almost to the same numbers as the high density with a 50% bonus density. Not quite, but getting pretty close. But that would give all of us greater comfort that we have a stronger say in making sure those densities are being used for community desired, community benefit projects.
We're at about 2.5 minutes, just so you leave somebody else time.
So my net is to thank you again and to ask that we get a couple more weeks to finish reviewing
Great.
the rest of the document.
Thank you very much. Paul Hernati, followed by Mary Louise Days.
Good afternoon, Chair Bartlett and Commissioners. I am Paul Hernadi, the second of three speakers for CPA. I will just summarize one part of our letter that you now have. We are happy that some loose ends noted earlier have been now eliminated, but we still believe that some of the final EIR's conclusions are based on insufficiently clarified assumptions. Just three examples. The respective environmental and social impacts of both Plan Santa Barbara and the hybrid alternative would greatly depend on which, if any, transportation demand management measures get adopted. Second, we can't really find a clarified explanation of whether the figures quoted for various impacts are in line with a 15% or a 25% inclusionary housing requirement. Third and finally, among these three things, we would like to know which, if any, of the following methods to relax the standards for second units in single-family neighborhoods would be adopted. And I quote one of the listings of several: size limitations, lot size limitations, affordability requirements, and parking requirements. We feel that such significant contingencies should either be resolved or their respective impacts separately analyzed so that the EIR can reliably guide major decisions about policies and mitigations. Finally, of the various responses to our comments to the draft EIR, we just selected one about which please allow me to say a few words. We continue to object to the EIR's acceptance of the reduction of the state-recommended 500-foot buffer to 250 feet between Highway 101 and residential or other sensitive developments. Indeed, we wonder whether Santa Barbara's unique vulnerability has been sufficiently considered by the EIR's approach to air quality, since we have additional sources of air pollution in addition to diesel cars and trucks. For example, diesel-powered trains run parallel to Highway 101. Ocean shipping is a recognized major pollutant of the air of coastal communities, and even our splendid mountains and wooded surroundings exacerbate the situation with frequent ozone-enhancing meteorological inversion effects and occasional soot-generating wildfires.
You're at 3 minutes already.
Please let me just finish one quick reference to the scientific literature cited in our comment letter dated May 14th includes numerous references to recent research pointing to the wisdom both of the 500-foot buffer standard and of the need to be more protective of the pulmonary and cardiovascular health of sensitive receptors, including children and the elderly. At a minimum, we believe, this is my last sentence, the city should commit to monitoring the air quality levels in particular locations targeted for considerable densification, and if needed, prescribe serious landscape setbacks, generous landscape setbacks to promote the timely dispersal of traffic-generated air pollution. Thank you very much for the extra time.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Louise Days will be followed by Kathy McCammon.
Mary Louise Days, Chair of the CPA's General Plan Committee. The Citizens Planning Association continues to have reservations about recommendations and policies contained in the circulation element amendments. Paramount among these are adjustments to off-street parking requirements and recommendations for pricing, that is meters, of on-street parking spaces. Parking meters or kiosks are very un-Santa Barbara and have never been accepted by the populace. We understand the need to encourage downtown employees to use alternative modes of transportation or to park in available commuter lots, and suggest that there may be more broadly acceptable alternatives to incentivize this behavior than using paid-for parking strategies. We strongly encourage the city to recognize that stakeholders on this issue must also include the public as well as merchants in any discussion. Citizens Planning Association remains committed to help support the public engagement on transportation demand management policies and practices. Our offer to host a public forum with an expert in the field stands. We are pleased that there continues to be a commitment by the city for Plan Santa Barbara to include a new historic resources element. The new goals and policies and implementation are a commendable start, and we look forward to the inclusion of further goals, policies, and recommended implementation as development of the element proceeds. We hope that the Commission will recommend to the City Council that completion of the historic resources element be prioritized in the staff's work plan timeline. We will be happy to contribute suggestions to assist with the completion of this important element, as well as others. We also left out our comments about, again, repeating about secondary units and the potential they have for very damaging the character of certain single-family zones. In conclusion, we thank you again for the opportunity to comment on the proposed final plan in EIR. We recognize the hours of deliberation and review the Commission had dedicated to bring the plan to this juncture. We hope the Commission acknowledges the short public review period and appreciates CPA's desire to provide thoughtful and constructive feedback. We encourage the Commission to delay voting on the FEIR for 2 to 3 weeks so that our members can provide additional comments for the Commission's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kathy McCammon to be followed by Eddie Harris.
Yes, I'm Kathy McCammon, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Allied Neighborhoods Association. As you know, Allied has continually been involved in making comments on Plan Santa Barbara, and we still oppose the inclusion of the high residential density of 27 to 45 dwelling units per acre. We actually like the direction that the hybrid is going in. We like the changes that have been made regarding the transportation demand management policies. However, we are very concerned about the process that is being used at this moment. So in that light, we would urge you to not certify this final EIR today. This is supposed to be a plan for the people. It's supposed to be a community project, and yet there has not been time for individuals to read, much less analyze, and give you comments on the matters. This has been a time period of less than 2 weeks. And what we have here is a hybrid, which is really a new animal. It's a new project description. There are new policies. There are policies that have been moved around. So we think this really deserves a 30-day comment period for the public. We've read the argument, heard the argument. Oh, there's nothing new. This just contains the same information you previously said. However, this just is not good enough. There really needs to be time for proper review, and to not allow this is really contrary to the purpose, policies, and the intent of CEQA. Then there are the responses to the comments to the FEIR, to the DEIR. There hasn't been time to adequately go back and forth between the comments and all the points where the answers reference you to go to. This plan has taken 5 years to get to this point, so come on, what's wrong with adding a couple of more weeks to let the public have time to address some of these issues? The public deserves this. The community deserves this. Our greater Santa Barbara deserves it. Yes, we realize everybody is sick of this, but now is really not the time to super rush things in the name of expediency. As you have heard, and you have probably discovered yourself, some items are not covered adequately or are missing. For example, we've had 2 people trying to find the new high fire danger map, and they can't find it. We've also heard that from our members that the discussion on the secondary units is vague.
You're at 3 minutes.
We'll quickly go through here. Weakening the secondary units' parking requirements for some areas is not compatible with protecting the residential areas. The hybrid makes clear that increasing requirements in one area may force development outward. This can only mean more development and impacts in our residential areas. We really urge you not to certify the EIR this week, but please allow more time for public comment and more detailed analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Eddie Harris to be followed by Debbie Cox-Bolton.
Good afternoon. My name is Eddie Harris. I'm president of the Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council. We agree with the City Creeks Division comments that have been submitted, and we urge you to include the recommended mitigation measures in Exhibit H of your staff report. For sake of brevity, I will concur with the remarks that Brian Troutwine will make. I'm a retired county fire captain, and I want to suggest to you that the document might be revised to provide the city with a better framework and direction for substantially improving our preparedness for wildfire. I know that Plan Santa Barbara is not focused on safety issues, but historic and very recent fires justify the need for consideration of fire planning in this general plan update. Over many decades of urbanization, our creeks and riparian buffers have undergone changes that have resulted in dangerous conditions that make fire behavior unpredictable and make control of wildfire difficult. First, impermeable surfaces, extraction of groundwater, and reduced flows in creeks due to diversions to storage or to storm drains have resulted in a loss of soil moisture within creek buffers. This directly causes live fuel moistures to drop to an unsafe level. Secondly, our creek buffers have become choked with invasive and volatile fuels that have been introduced, such as eucalyptus and arundodonax. These alterations profoundly influence fire behavior. The result is that dry and fire-prone creekside vegetation makes fire behavior unpredictable, often accelerating fire. In contrast, a well-hydrated creek environment with native vegetation such as willows and alder and sycamore burns with far less intensity, slowing the fire and making control objectives much easier to attain. The good news is now planners have tools and best management practices to replenish groundwater resources and thus maintain higher soil moistures, live fuel moistures, and summer base flow in creeks. And the city's Creeks Division has the proven capability to restore native vegetation where creekside landscaping has been degraded or converted. These tools and capabilities, which have become available just over the past few years, have prompted me to come before you today to suggest to you that you direct staff to meet with City Fire Department and the City Creeks Division to explore how they might take better advantage of newer strategies, best management practices, and restoration programs. From those meetings, appropriate language may be crafted for Plan Santa Barbara to provide a better framework and more focused direction for targeting the serious fire problems that exist in our creek buffers and for developing solutions that will make our city safer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie Cox-Bolton to be followed by Joe Rushan.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett, Commissioners. My name is Debbie Cox-Bolton. I'm representing the Coastal Housing Coalition, which represents local employers and employees who continue to be concerned about the high cost of housing in Santa Barbara and the impacts the lack of affordable housing are having on our economy and our environment and our quality of life. We, too, want to acknowledge and thank the PC for their work to date. I know it's not been easy. We've been supportive of the plan's framework and intent to make affordable housing a priority for future residential growth throughout the process. The Coalition believed and continues to believe that the best alternatives studied in the EIR that would address the need for affordable housing, cutting our commuters, cutting traffic, and protecting our environment was the additional housing scenario. And we think that was borne out in the EIR analysis. But like many other organizations, we've come to support the Planning Commission's hybrid recommendations as a fair and reasonable compromise to try to meet Plan Santa Barbara's goals. We do have a couple of concerns about the direction of the general plan that since it was last before you. Most importantly, we're concerned about the removal from the new hybrid of this community benefit designation. Staff has indicated that this was redundant with the affordable housing case-by-case review process, but that by definition will make it impossible for private development that might be aimed at smaller, affordable by design units for the workforce that might not be eligible for that those additional incentives, and we think that that is important to remain. Second, we want to urge the Planning Commission not to reduce the area of the rental employer housing overlay. We're incredibly supportive of the overlay and hope that that would include the commercial as well as R3 and R4 zones. And finally, we are concerned about any reductions in the densities proposed. We think that they are what's needed to make these projects economically feasible, as well as we've seen multiple presentations throughout this process of examples of design at these units, at these densities that are beautiful and compatible with Santa Barbara, so we don't think this has to be a choice between those two things. We urge you to stick with your recommendations, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. Joe Ruchon, followed by Susan Keller.
Through these discussions, it seems like the main bone of contention is boiled down to the issue of residential density, so I'll address that. I think it's clear that most people in this community, the vast majority, would not favor increasing densities unless, for some transcendent, supervening community need or priority, like affordable housing. Thus, I'd suggest to you that you limit any density increases to measures or projects that are assured to yield substantial numbers of affordable housing units. But as I understand it, you also want to increase densities in some locations to provide for to make it practical to build projects that contain small units on the assumption that they're going to be affordable by design, small for sale units. It seems clear that it's unlikely that these projects will actually get built until the economy improves. But at that time, so will the appetite of and ability of many people from all over the place who'd like to buy a little piece of Santa Barbara. So those small units will be no more likely to go to local core workforce than they will to, say, retirees or someone wanting a vacation home here or somebody who wants a pied-à-terre in paradise of Santa Barbara. That these small market units will be affordable and acquired by local workforce seems to me like a huge gamble. In my estimation, the betting odds are only those that would be taken by a fool. You folks should not be taking risky gambles with the profiles of this city, a city that most people find pretty much ideal just the way it is. So my point is simply that if you insist on monkeying with densities, limit it to where targeted affordable housing is a reasonable certainty. That's my point.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Keller, followed by our last speaker, Brian Troutwine. Okay. So it'll be Brian Troutwine.
Good afternoon, Chair and Planning Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine with the Environmental Defense Center. EDC supports the staff recommendation to include the recommended mitigation measures in Exhibit H of your staff report. These measures, the recommended mitigation measures contained in Exhibit H of your staff report, read like a list of exactly what this city should be doing to protect this unique character and beautiful setting of our unparalleled environment here in Santa Barbara. The recommended mitigation measures in Exhibit H would help keep our creeks clean and our beaches open for business. These measures are essential to maintaining and restoring healthy creeks and watersheds, and they're important to minimize the impacts of new development here in our city, the impacts of development on our environment, as well as on the people who live here in Santa Barbara. Our creeks and our watersheds are an important element of what makes Santa Barbara so wonderful, a wonderful destination and a great place to live. When we care properly for our watersheds, we're protecting people from flooding and from pollution, and we're protecting the environment, which makes Santa Barbara such a special place. Recommended mitigation measure Bio 1 protects the city's few remaining oak woodlands that grace our hillsides. And recommended measure Bio 2 protects the city's riparian woodlands, the amazing sycamores and the bays and the cottonwoods that stabilize our creek banks. And measure Bio 3 will help revitalize our beaches and our waterfront by balancing natural resource protection and habitat restoration with new development in ways that complement our special city. And recommended measures in Exhibit H, Hydro 1 through 3, will protect people and property from pollution and flooding and erosion, while at the same time will help protect our creeks from pollution, litter, and encroachment. The city's general plan should include these important provisions. Your staff has carefully considered these recommended mitigation measures in Exhibit H of your staff report and recommends their inclusion. We support this approach 100% because these measures are critical to protecting the citizens' right to a healthy environment in Santa Barbara. None of the recommended mitigation measures are burdensome. They all only apply to new development, and each one of the measures in Exhibit H are essential to maintaining the type of city and the community character that has put Santa Barbara on the map as one of the greatest cities in the world. So we commend the city staff for having the foresight to recommend inclusion of these important recommended mitigation measures, and we urge the Commission to support its staff recommendation to include these measures to best ensure a healthy and beautiful city of Santa Barbara. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, with that being the end of public comment, I think the Commission would like to take a 10-minute break and then we can resume. And we would like to continue, I think, our questions beyond those that we had on the presentation that we had today. So if there's questions, Mr. Jordan, I see you've got your light on already.
This won't be the first time, I'm sure. I think I just want to ask the same question I asked before, sort of, and understand that I understood the answer before. But in moving forward on the question of the certification, and separating that from discussion items on recommendations for the general plan update. An example I would give that in one of the comments we heard today was an extension of time to further discuss and talk about issues and particulars. So correct me if I'm wrong. That plays more. Those type of questions play more into discussions and recommendations we'll have on the general plan update. And I go back to Ms. Shelton's and Mr. Vincent's comments on certification of the EIR. Most of what we heard has to do with, or in my opinion, has to do with discussions on the general plan update and not on the certification. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Mr. Chair, I think that most of the discussion will be on the policies. That really is the focus at this point. I guess another way to answer your question about the order of the EIR and then the general plan, given that there will be more discussion of the general plan after the certification of the EIR. You know, if there are changes in the plan somehow at the last minute, you know, we will be looking as we go along. Is this covered by the EIR? We would expect that the range of all the policies being discussed right now, that it's going to be within that range. I mean, we really haven't heard anything that's outside the range that's been analyzed in the EIR. And it was set up with alternatives so that you could pick and choose refinements to the plan policies pulling from different alternatives that were analyzed.
But and I get that, I think, but let's use another example too. If I can make the connection between Ms. French's suggestion of a consideration of lowering down the base density back down again, but increasing the overlay bonus, so reducing that base density to something and then making that rental bonus either 100% or 150%. If I can make the connection between what's been presented for the EIR and the process you went through and use that information, the decision on whether to certify the EIR and make part of that discussion that suggestion don't need to happen in the same discussion. It's still a certification and then a subsequent discussion on some of the suggestions that were made as whether those would be part of our recommendations. Is that right?
That's correct. You can certify the EIR. There can continue to be discussion about the refinements of the policies, and as long as you're not coming up with a policy that's way outside what was analyzed, I think we're fine.
Okay, that makes great sense to me, and I'll turn back to other questions, and I'm sure I'm going to just flash my light on and off, as I'm sure everybody else will too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a preliminary set of questions, and I too might have more questions as the remainder of our session unfolds. I want to see who to direct these to at first. I'm interested in, let me get to the exhibit. Ms. Shelton, this might be for you. Exhibit B. The Class 1 impacts really concern me. And I'm not sure how to interpret the mitigation measures as sufficient for findings relative to the Class 1 impacts, specifically transportation. We've heard from the Transportation and Circulation Committee members about their concerns, and it seems to me that the new hybrid alternative, so I'd like your opinion about this, in essence, really removes all of our TDM tools, and to keep them on a shelf somewhere without clear identification as to what they are and how we would use them under what triggers, what circumstances, leads me wondering if this portion of Exhibit B is sufficient for CEQA compliance.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, first of all, this table was the summary for the Plan Santa Barbara, the main project that was evaluated in the EIR. We've subsequently done, the hybrid, but the final version of the project is still changing. But at any rate, as far as the basis of the findings, as the transportation demand management mitigation is changing in the policy form, I think we need to make a little bit of a distinction between the policy and the EIR analysis. The EIR analysis looked at several different levels of TDM. There's existing programs, there's the moderate expansion and the robust expansion, but the mitigation identified the robust expansion. The reason it's in the EIR that way is you have to kind of look at specifically how much effort, how much implementation happens in order to give a certain amount of mitigation credit and come to a conclusion for CEQA purposes for impact analysis. But the direction of the policy at this point is that all the various strategies are in there. There's just not as much certainty as in the wording as to you don't really know how much of it really would be implemented over what period of time. So from a conservative CEQA standpoint, you can't necessarily conclude that with the less strong language that that there's mitigation credit to be given with that language. So I don't know, Betty, maybe you can help out with this.
Perhaps it's a question for Mr. Dayton in terms of the difference between the Commission's hybrid recommendations that had a version of a robust TDM set, and what I heard from the Council over the course of their 8 meetings, and where we are today is that it's, in a sense, been eviscerated, in a sense, for all intents and purposes. Where does that leave us in terms of impacts on congestion and greenhouse gas emissions and so forth? Really, that's both those Class 1 impacts that have been identified. And so let you
just one more point on that is, yes, I would say that the hybrid analysis that's in that volume 4, which rather than assuming that the project had a moderate level and then identifying mitigation to go to a robust level, the hybrid alternative analysis now looked at essentially keeping the current level of TDM, and so as a result there's less mitigation credit given for the analysis of impacts, and the impacts are shown as higher under that hybrid version. And that's a different hybrid than the hybrid that the Planning Commission recommended.
Right.
Yeah.
So one more question on TDM, Mr. Dayton. Referring to the TDM measures as, say, tools in a toolkit, and that the Council is leaning towards utilizing those more on what I would call a reactive basis. We'll see when congestion problems begin to arise, pull a tool off a shelf and apply it or consider applying it and so forth. Is this identified anywhere in here that perhaps I've overlooked specific identification of the tools, the triggers for when we use those tools, so that we're, as a city, not scrambling once we already have a new congestion problem in yet another intersection and new safety issues and so forth?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Schwartz, the triggers have not been identified. That would have to be done as a part of the adaptive management program. So you are right when you say you're just looking at tools. It's a very, very simple difference. The Planning Commission was recommending that we, in essence, marry the strategy to the plan. This is what we are doing. We are moving forward with TDM. We've got a plan. We've done a model. Here's what'll solve it. We're moving forward. What the change is that we have a plan we're not moving forward with until we develop a strategy for when is the appropriate time. There's many things that play into that. One of the things that, although we said many times that TDM it doesn't need to be tomorrow, I think we're in economic recession, and the number one strategy in effectiveness and certainly cost is parking pricing. I think that really threw a lot of people off. How could we possibly be thinking about that now? So I think that it's a very simple distinction. It's all about timing and commitment, and that's the difference.
I do want to point out, though, on page 260 of the proposed general plan is where the TDM measures, the tools, are listed.
In policy C6.
Yeah, policy C6 on page 259 and 260. So when you asked, are they there, they're here, as well as the existing circulation element has policies and suggestions for enhancement of transit, safe routes to schools. Some of these tools are already in use based on our current circulation element as well.
And did I see correctly that the projected number of impacted intersections under the new hybrid alternative that you put forward from the council will be 20 intersections to increase to 26 intersections?
That's correct. We don't know exactly how many intersections the increase is. It's more like a range because we didn't model that alternative.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My next question is on air quality. This interim 250-foot setback, I think that's in association with the Air Resources Board planning and so forth. Can you tell me, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, best position to answer it, how firm is the 250, for Commission's contemplation? What might we consider in terms of a range? I know there are some members of the public that are concerned about the 250 and have written to us about that.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, we did look at the comment letter that came in from Mr. Byrne, and his discussion was in part talking about the fact that he had an individual project where certain factors could be applied at that project in terms of orienting outdoor space away from the freeway, having a well-sealed building, and providing substantial vegetation between the structure and the freeway, to where he felt that there should be a little bit more leeway in the policy. And we took a good look at here's actually the language of the policy. This did come out of a mitigation measure, and there's a separate section after that that's sort of like implementation measures and everything. But our particular concern was that the policy was pretty stark, will be prohibited, and even any implementation things would, in order to be consistent with that, would be constrained. And so our suggestion would be to add some additional language that we also don't know for sure the timing of the Air Resources Board in terms of diesel emission regulations and their implementation. And so we thought we should put a little bit more leeway in there for the city to make determination that diesel emission risk can be satisfactorily reduced, which may be on either an interim, or an individual basis for a project, or it could be based on information for the setback as a whole. And so again, this was something that we were going to be monitoring, and so it's also part of the adaptive management program looking at this issue. So this was our suggestion for amendment to the wording for the policy.
Okay, I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues think of the 250 feet as well. Moving on to noise as a Class 2 impact. I believe it's still a Class 2 impact. Are structure retrofits, barriers, and vegetation still examples of measures that might be used to reduce the noise effect on 101? And then secondly, what about noise from the train travel through Santa Barbara?
Taking them in reverse order, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, the train travel noise was included in the overall noise analysis. It is a little bit different, obviously, because it's not constant. It's every once in a while, but it is louder. But it was included in the overall averaging of the analysis. With respect to examples, I was going to try and just pull out the wording myself.
And they jumped out at me because I would think, if I understand the description for structure retrofits, barriers, and vegetation, that most of that is under the control of Caltrans and not the city along 101, is it through the city boundaries. So I was curious if I'm correct in that assumption, how we can influence using them as mitigation measures for noise if we don't control those activities, so to speak, along 101.
Well, certainly within the Caltrans right-of-way, it would take some coordination to be able to do that. We've done that in many other instances, both in terms of noise barriers and vegetation, and in fact, we even have guidelines for how to do that in the city that have been used for Caltrans projects. In this case, we would be looking at maybe if there were instances also within the larger buffer that's not all just on Caltrans property. But those are the types of approaches that we would look at using, both in coordinate, in some cases would require a lot of coordination with various parties, agencies, and property owners alike.
Okay. I have some questions from the comments we received from the public. If you bear with me here. I think I'm going to reserve those, Mr. Chair, for comments if we're going to do that tomorrow, and turn it over to some of my colleagues at this time.
Okay. I believe Mr. Jostis was next with his light.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions at this point focus on the evolution of the hybrid alternative and its relationship to the EIR. And first I was curious, what were the specific elements of the robust TDM program that the Commission recommended that were either raised concerns with council members or got, let's say, negative comments in terms of the council's willingness to support those?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Joseph, well, certainly the parking pricing management, which would be the pricing of on-street parking in the downtown was certainly discussed and was controversial. There were other strategies such as transit passes and adding enhanced transit service that was discussed. I don't think we did discuss with them exactly the list of robust. Did you want me to go over that too? We presented that to them, but I think what your question is more like what was the flavor of the conversation that they didn't like about the robust?
I asked the question to try to understand what specifically has been taken out that results in a project element that is now causing worse environmental and traffic impacts than what the Planning Commission requested, because one of our core objectives in framing up our hybrid was to reduce environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible. And I'm puzzled why we would get back a new hybrid that makes matters worse and not better, because that's very, very inconsistent with the direction that the Commission gave to staff.
Yeah, all the transportation demand management measures that you recommended a commitment to, and when we say robust, what we mean by that is that a full commitment to the fullest extent you can implement each one of these strategies in the most comprehensive way to the common goal that you just mentioned, to reduce traffic congestion. All those are still included in the policy as you recommended. The only fundamental difference is kind of the conversation we've been having, is that instead of a commitment that, yes, staff, with the approval of this document, go forth, implement TDM, it is let's consider those TDM strategies, and when you've done the adaptive management plan, please install the triggers to tell us when it might be appropriate to implement those TDM strategies. So for the environmental document, there are no guarantees at this point, or commitment rather, that those would be done. So we kind of had to go to the lowest common denominator, which is none would be done in the evaluation. Does that make sense? Does that help?
It helps to some degree. I'm trying to get my arms around why the Plan Santa Barbara transportation demand management package results in lower impacts than the Planning Commission's hybrid. And it's
not the Planning Commission's hybrid anymore.
Well, that's why I asked the question about council direction, because I'm trying to understand the difference between what council explicitly directed or suggested be done versus staff's interpretation of what might work. Because therein lies in your interest in trying to get a package of proposals through the commission back to council that can get approved. I'm trying to understand where council had a hand in it versus staff had a hand in it.
My understanding, just a little bit further, is if you look at the mitigation identified in the EIR and you read the language about a cash-out program, the city shall develop a cash-out ordinance, apply to a broader number of employees, including employers with less than 50 employees and such, okay? At the city council meeting, there were comments made about not wanting to put additional burdens and requirements on local employers, for example. That specifically was discussed. So what we have in the policy document is, develop a citywide employee cash-out program similar to existing state law that would reduce the size to 20. So it's similar in that respect. We haven't edited it further. Now, we don't know if they'll find that acceptable, but another one on the safe routes to school, for example, this says promote and fund safe routes to school, whereas here the language is just a little bit stronger. So we softened the language based on don't burden businesses with a lot of requirements. We heard that. And again, the difficulty is we did not get council straw votes. We didn't know if this was a 4-3 issue, 2-5 issue. We just listened as intently as we could to try to move this along. And the difference between Plan Santa Barbara is that assumed that these policies would be beefed up to an in-between degree, a little less general, a little stronger commitment than existing, but not as firm and as the TDM measures in the EIR. Now, these EIR measures are written as directive as possible because we were going to rely on them as mitigation. And so that's the distinction. When you read a directive mitigation and you read a policy language, it's not unusual that they have a different tone and direction. And so we've now made the policy language read more like typical policy language, which does not foreclose the potential of the council, this council, future councils, the TCC, Planning Commission, of really embracing some of these programs and moving forward. It doesn't foreclose that option. But from the EIR standpoint, since we don't see the policy truly carrying over the strong mitigation measure, that is why we needed to say we thought the resulting impacts would be greater.
Okay.
That's our explanation of why. And if any of you watched some of the work sessions, I mean, we asked as much as we could for the feedback, and that's what we think we got.
Okay. It's not an easy job. I know that. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to get this straight in my head. So if the council were to adopt the hybrid, then what happens to those mitigation measures that make Plan Santa Barbara, the original proposal, stronger? Do those, if they were considered feasible in the draft DIR, are we not now adopting a policy without feasible mitigations being implemented? And that plays into the findings piece of this thing that I don't want to forget, because part of our job is to help council to make the best choice they possibly can.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to jump in here. This gets to the one. We started out today's conversation talking about two sets of findings. One that is associated with the Planning Commission certification of the EIR, a very limited set of findings. The other set of findings is in Guideline 15091 of the CEQA guidelines. Those findings are the findings that the council makes when it approves the project, when it makes its decision on the project. And included in those findings are findings on their own determination of the feasibility of the mitigation measures and the alternatives that are proposed in the EIR. And when they make their ultimate findings of whether or not a mitigation measure is feasible, so the Planning Commission understands what goes into that calculation. I'll read the definition of feasibility to you. Feasible, as defined in the CEQA guidelines, means capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, legal, social, and technological factors. So what happens is we have had very able EIR preparers prepare a document that I think just, again, I found your conversation in June to be enlightening, and how you were using the EIR to inform your decisions. Again, I'm watching your deliberations today, and again, I'm seeing the EIR informing your decision-making regarding the policies. That's what you're supposed to do with an EIR. But ultimately, when the council is tasked with using that EIR to inform their own decisions regarding the project, they must make their own conclusions regarding the feasibility of the alternatives and the feasibility of the mitigation measures shown in there. And if they determine that an alternative or a mitigation is not feasible due to any of those factors, and they make findings specific explaining their decision, their conclusion regarding feasibility, that's what plays out into the overriding considerations, which is the other shoe that drops when they make their decision. If they make a decision to approve a project that has the EIR identifies a significant effect, and that effect is not mitigated by mitigations that are adopted, and they have to be enforceable, and this goes to Ms. Weiss's point a second ago, is that because in your hybrid, the hybrid alternative that was analyzed, because those policies were not concretely enforceable, as were the recommendations, the TDM recommendations that were included in the additional housing alternative, that because they're not enforceable, the EIR preparers and staff could not give them credit as being enforceable mitigation. That's why you see a difference in the environmental impact that was analyzed between the hybrid and the various versions of the various other alternatives analyzed in the EIR. When you get, I just want to finish this up with the overriding considerations. If council finds and chooses to adopt a general plan set of policies that has unmitigated significant impacts, they will need to make a finding of overriding considerations. They will adopt a statement of overriding considerations that explains why the proposed general plan amendment, even though it has significant impacts to the environment, why the benefits, what are the benefits associated with that program that make it acceptable to adopt it even though it has significant impacts.
Okay. How can phasing play into mitigation and the findings piece? And just to kind of open it up a little bit, I'm wondering if, as Mr. Dayton mentioned, your interpretation was that we wanted this robust TDM to happen now. And maybe I misheard you.
No, not now, but a commitment to follow through to do it over time.
Okay. So it is, in your opinion, Mr. Vincent, can we, in crafting either mitigations or policy, utilize phasing to take into account changing conditions and kind of sequence out the mitigation of traffic impacts or other impacts for that matter based upon hopes and anticipations of changing economic or social conditions that might make a mitigation measure like the parking issues more attractive at some point down the road within the 20-year horizon of the general plan?
In general, the CEQA case law and CEQA guidelines recommend against what they call is postponed mitigation. But in general, that applies to project-specific analysis, where you have a defined project, you know what the project is, and you know what its impacts are. I think that you can consider phased or triggered mitigation in the context of an analysis like this general plan, but you have to have concrete triggers. I think that's what was missing when Mr. Dayton was speaking, is that council wasn't at a place where they could point, okay, we're prepared to say, if X happens, we will adopt a pricing policy of Y. That would be an enforceable mitigation. That would be one that you could give credit for. But I don't think the council was at that place where they could say what X is and what mitigation Y they were willing to have triggered at that point. And so that's the challenge of, you could come up with a phased mitigation because we're talking about a general plan that was analyzing impacts that aren't anticipated until necessarily year 18, year 20. So arguably, to put a mitigation in place for an impact that hasn't yet to occur, I think you can deal with having triggers, but it's a matter of identifying concrete triggers and having concrete responses to those triggers in order to get credit as an enforceable mitigation.
Okay, so one way to play that out might, I don't want to make a statement, but if we said that parking pricing should receive formal consideration by the council at such time as the redevelopment agency sunsets as a possible method of revenue development to help the downtown. Is that the type of mitigation that meets the test you're talking about?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, you have the element of concreteness in the sense of that the redevelopment agency.
It's a bright line.
There is a bright line there, and so that part of it you have. The challenge with that example I have is that I don't immediately see the relationship between an environmental impact necessarily and the mitigation that you're imposing. I don't see the causal connection between the sunsetting of the RDA and arguably it would be traffic impacts.
Right.
If our economic environment continues as it is, we may not have as much economic activity occurring, and so we don't have as much downtown traffic because the people just aren't shopping. So, maybe the consultant who I saw just move forward, and Mr. Dayton can enlighten me as to how that connection might occur. But it's a matter from my perspective, as far as what CEQA tells us as to what we must do for a mitigation to be enforceable and to be counted for purposes of CEQA. It needs to be something that can be enforced, that you can look to it and you say, yes, we are committing to do this as part of our project. And since this project has a long timeline and is dealing and responding to potential environmental impacts that are anticipated many years from now, I think we can do that. We can have these timed responses, the responses that meet anticipated impacts that aren't here yet. But I'd like to hear from the other staff as to how they see those kinds of triggers occurring.
That's helpful. Thank you. Second question has again, yes.
Did you want to stay on that one about the triggers?
I have hearing silence from across the room. I thought that you were going to respond later, but I'd be happy to listen to what you have to say.
Well, I did want to just mention, it's not staying on, the adaptive management program, which we are looking at, would be monitoring traffic levels. And so if we want to connect some of these programs to traffic impacts, I'm just wondering if there's a way to do that as a trigger.
I do think on that point related to the adaptive management plan, I don't know that it is really that well explained in this set of policy language, and that it could be strengthened in that respect. It's C6 on page 259, and so that's what we understand the council direction to be, but I don't really see it in the language of the policy. So that could be something that we look at as well. And I just wanted to add that I appreciate that it is going to be difficult for the commission and staff and the community and the council ultimately to be able to explain how a long-held value of reduction of, and good management control of traffic could be projected to increase under a program, under a general plan program. I do also think, however, what Mr. Vincent is saying, putting a lot of reliance on a mitigation measure that actually has to be played out in the policy realm anyway, I think it's good to just be realistic about it. Even if we put this super strong language in the policy document, there's still people in politics and a lot of moving parts that would implement it. And I just think that we need to be realistic about all those feasibility factors and that crafting findings for the council that hopefully some level of commitment and the importance of using the best tools available to continue to manage congestion in our community should, I believe, be something that the council would embrace. I think they just don't want the specificity of exactly now, or they wanted to add the stakeholder involvement. That was something that I heard almost as a if X then Y that they did express, is that we could be interested in this. It's not that they saw the economic value of it as well as interest in reducing congestion. It was just we hadn't really said here how it was going to be done with the support of the community. So that was kind of an added piece that, again, from staff standpoint, and I'm interested in the commission, seems to be very good point to add, because that's a reality that it really wouldn't move forward without stakeholder support.
So the overall approach here is permissive and not prohibitive.
Correct.
In terms of adopting future transportation demand management strategies. Once we hit the future, we'll know what to do. Okay. Last question is kind of the evolution of this additional 500,000 square feet of pending and approved. And I looked at the Planning Commission tape from the June 3rd meeting, and I thought the Commission was fairly clear about that 1 million number. Was this something that the Council suggested, or was this an opportunity that staff presented to the Council in terms of more flexibility, or was it something else?
At the joint meeting, the council members, there were a couple of them that said they wanted to hear more information about staff's concerns about how the 1 million would work and whether or not there should be other allowances. So we had a work session specifically on this topic with the council, and we presented a number of options. And the option that seemed to have, again, this one I think might have even had a straw vote, I apologize, but this one definitely seemed to have a good majority opinion that they liked the 1 million and allowances for these other categories. But we did review with them. Are you looking up that presentation? Yeah. The information, and asked them the question, which direction would they like to go?
Okay. Was there any discussion about timelines on approved projects? We've got Cabrillo Plaza.
Yes.
That was approved close to 25 years ago, and that's still not that it's a good or bad project, but it's still in the process with a placeholder for it. Was there any discussion about a different approach to approved projects, use it or lose it type of permits?
Yes, there was. In fact, we highlighted Cabrillo Plaza specifically because that has continued to have a special placeholder, as you mentioned. And we talked about, and I think the expectation, at least again of a few council members, was that when these projects expire, this square footage goes away. It's not, and there are finite times on all of the projects. I think the only two that have a unique elements to them were both discussed at the City Council meeting. The Cabrillo Plaza, where I said, Mr. Wright would be very interested to know if this rule is changing for him. And then the airport. I was also asked questions about, in the airport specific plan, there's quite a bit of square footage that was inventoried and set aside. And so we identified that for the council. My take on it was they didn't necessarily want to take it away from the airport. In fact, it was kind of a confirming question. Is there still going to be for the airport? And I didn't really get an answer on, and I think I did specifically say the amount that's still reserved. I think it's like 45,000 or 55,000 square feet in the Cabrillo Plaza. And then I provided a list of all the other remaining pending and approved, and those all don't have development agreements or anything fancy, and they would have a finite time. The council members kind of liked the idea that once they went away, that square footage was gone, not to be used for any other purpose.
Thank you.
And we did, is this the presentation, or you couldn't find it?
Okay, I believe Ms. Jacobs was next.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett. I actually just have one really urgent kind of question I want to understand better for the EIR. So the hybrid that the Planning Commission recommended was never analyzed, right?
That's correct. As far as a separate written up document, the idea was we would go with...
No, it's a yes or no answer. No. Okay. So, so what we're looking at is the project and 3 alternatives, additional housing, low growth, and the hybrid. Those are the alternatives that are analyzed in this EIR that we're hoping to certify sometime soon.
Yes, and the no project alternative.
And the no project alternative, of course. Thanks. So the question I have is, part of what has been a moving target has been the location of density. And this relates to cultural resources, or I guess we're calling them heritage resources. In the 4 maps that you showed regarding where density might go, and it sounds like council really has not even come close to deciding, so it is an open issue. We're looking at approximately 2,800 units, because it doesn't sound like the 4,000 unit scenario is going to fly. So we're looking at 28,000 units to be analyzed over this period of time in some dense location. And one of those, well, 2 of them actually, but the thing that keeps catching my eye is that the place those are going to go is the El Pueblo Viejo. So we're still in this cross current where we're saying, well, we want our dense, most biggest buildings downtown, because that's where the transportation is. But we're also going to have all these protections for our historic area, and we've outlined some good ones here, the buffers and so on. This is way better than it was. But what has been lacking from my perspective is the inclusion of that as one of the variables in considering the different alternatives. Because if you put 2,800 units in the EPV and the west downtown, surely that would have a significant or close to it impact on heritage resources. So, and maybe I'm just way off. Maybe we could just build and build and build and never have an impact on heritage resources. And I'm wondering, where is the tipping point between starting to show that we have impacts against our historic resources and therefore having the ability to analyze it when comparing one alternative to another. And I want to feel very confident that those alternatives are correctly analyzed, so that when we approve the EIR, then council has the tools that they need to make decisions.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, one thing is that you're right, it has been kind of a moving target as far as what exactly is the location of density. But keep in mind that we're really looking at citywide. These numbers for the 2,800 units are citywide. They're not all in El Pueblo Viejo. Most recently, we have had these different map options that weren't really available as far as the EIR, but what the different alternatives that were looked at they did identify that there would be different levels of potential growth within that area as part of the historic resources impacts. And the expectation most recently was that the beefed up policies and the beefed up mitigation measure for protecting historic resources would be applied for any of the alternatives, and so that it didn't seem to be something that that part of it seemed to be enough under CEQA to identify less than significant impacts. However, the options for location of development that might go beyond that would provide perhaps additional policy protection. But we really didn't see that as something that was needed further in the CEQA part of it.
I just wanted to add one or two comments, Chair Bartlett and Commissioner Jacobs. The first comment about where the development will occur, these are projections, but that is something that the state has asked us to do also. So in the housing element, it's something called our the site suitability, but quantified objectives. And there's two tables in the housing element on 193 and 194 that do show development potential citywide. So some of the development over time, the 2,800 or whatever, would occur elsewhere. But we certainly have a trend of downtown development, and we're talking about where are we going to concentrate the development or apply an incentive program. And I just want to put a pitch in for having that be an important consideration when you do look at those maps, because if the map excludes certain adjoining R3 areas or other nodes of the community, commercial areas, then it puts greater pressure on the downtown, which I think is your concern. So I think that concern could factor into your deliberations on what areas of the community might be available for the incentive program. Because we did show you these maps in earlier meetings, and once you have both policies in place, one that says you're going to protect and carefully study, areas surrounding historic resources, and then you say, and this is where the density is going to go. I think that personally, the historic resource protection is going to win out over the density, and that's why I think we should look at a broader area along the lines of option 2, so that we can have efforts to meet both objectives, that more areas of the community are available for the incentive outside of this concentrated area where there would be a conflict. I don't know if that's where you were going with it, but I just wanted to encourage you.
Well, it's where I'm going with it in terms of, I guess, of recommendations, but I wish it showed up in the environmental analysis in some way. And so that when the alternatives are compared, we say, well, this alternative has a less traffic impact than this alternative has. And in the same way, this alternative has less impact on heritage resources than this one does. So that it's just on the marquee as one of the elements that are being considered.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Jacobs, Dan Giroff from AMEC. The EIR identified, if you cast your mind back to the draft EIR focusing on the MODA, identified that the range for the alternatives was between 60 and 70% roughly of the housing was projected to occur within the MODA. And recall the MODA at that time includes the whole Upper State Street corridor, the R2, the R3 and R4 areas. So you were talking about, let's just say, 1,800 units for Plan Santa Barbara, occurring over, I think the acreage was about 2,800 acres, if I'm not mistaken, that was in the original MODA. That's off the top of my head, but a relatively large area. So to Mrs. Weist's point, the smaller you make that area and the more you concentrate, obviously if you concentrate just on the downtown, then you get those, the figure some commenters latched onto was the 30 to 40 tall buildings number that we estimated could happen. The more you concentrate those, the more you have this conflict between historic resource preservation and housing. The broader the area, the more diffuse the impacts. And the EIR has analysis of all those issues in terms of comparison. But between the alternatives, there wasn't huge variation. They were all focusing housing on the MODA to some extent, although the additional housing in Plan Santa Barbara did more so than the low growth or the no project alternative. So yeah, concentration of larger structures, whether it's 2 or 3 stories or 4 stories downtown, would intend to increase conflicts with historic resources and APV.
All right, that's all for now.
Ms. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm back at the noise. I'm not a person who is in support of changing the noise, almost tripling the noise standard threshold from 60 to 65 dBA citywide, which would really make life tough in some single-family neighborhoods. I think those should be protected. So I want to know, and Mr. Vincent is sitting over there nodding a little bit, or at least alert. There, that got him. Anyway, when it comes time to certify this, and how am I going to do that? Because I don't agree with the finding that it's almost nothing in terms of an impact citywide to lower the noise standard. In other words, to raise the threshold of noise that we're all going to, be hearing. Amplified music, parks, things like this. I just very concerned about that.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. First off, I'd remind the Commission that certifying the EIR does not adopt any policy. Certifying the EIR is adopting an environmental document that has analyzed a whole host of policies and alternatives which have different combinations of those policies. Ultimately, the policy document that I expect that the Council someday will adopt will look in many ways like several of the alternatives, but I don't anticipate it being, they're not going to point to any one of the alternatives and say, that's the alternative we're adopting. And amazingly enough, we've analyzed it up and down in the EIR. I think that this goes back to Commissioner Jacobs' question, is I would recommend that the Planning Commission as well as the Council, when you're considering the policy recommendations, is that you use the fact that within the alternatives that have been analyzed, there is information that can inform your decision about these policies, any number of them. You may have to pick and choose from different places in order to find the information and to inform that opinion, but there are lots of different places you can look now. Back to the noise. Adopting or certifying the EIR does not adopt any particular policy, so I would say to Commissioner Larson's concern about that, certifying the EIR does not tie your hands to making a recommendation about any particular policy that has been analyzed in the EIR.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Lodge, you've had your light on for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, have a concern about the noise issue, but not exactly the way Commissioner Larson is. As I understand it, it's sort of become accepted practice in California that it's set at 65 dBA, if that's okay, but because current construction techniques make it easier to reduce interior noise levels to 45 dBA. But that still leaves a community when you're outside with a higher noise level. And I guess I just need some filling in on how this whole idea of establishing a level, what does it mean, the outside, the exterior level, since obviously we're not going to stop the trains or the planes or whatever else that's making noise.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lodge, this is another one of these areas where there is a little bit of a distinction between the policy approach and the CEQA approach. For CEQA impacts, they really are based on physical environmental effects, so it really gets to health effects. And that really is extensive, high-level, long-term exposure, which causes the kind of health effects that would be considered significant impacts under CEQA. But from a policy standpoint, you may want to go beyond that in terms of looking at outdoor living areas and so forth. But for CEQA purposes, typically you're looking at like sleeping areas, so it's interior where you get the long exposure that would be considered a significant effect. But we also have a noise element with policies that go to land use and siting of land uses and outdoor living areas and that sort of thing. But I think that's more of a policy issue than a CEQA issue. And the proposal in the plan at this point is to change the standard from 60 to 65 as kind of the part, largely it's the threshold issue that we use for doing CEQA analysis, but it's also in the policy. You can have other policies that address neighborhoods if you want. We did propose a mitigation measure that would, for example, require more detailed noise studies for non-residential uses like special uses, institutional uses located in neighborhoods to make sure that neighborhoods are more protected maybe than they are now for new projects. Looks like Betty wants to add.
Part of the reason why this has come up as an issue, and I fully agree that there's a distinction between the CEQA analysis that we did in the CIR and plan guidelines. So in the noise element now, we have a table where these noise levels are listed as guidelines. But if a project is on Upper State Street or in Lower Chapala or along Montecito Street or somewhere near a noise source, near the freeway and train corridor, the situation is these things become crossed. If we use the general plan noise element guideline table as, is a project consistent with that or inconsistent, it creates a problem in terms of environmental review. If you're having a project that's inconsistent with a noise standard in your general plan, it could be argued, well, that's a potentially significant impact. When actually you look at the CEQA analysis that we've done here and said, typically that would not be a noise impact, again, to human health. And so we've been trying to reconcile this because it really creates a bit of a catch-22 for projects that happen to be in noisier areas of the community. I think it's been misunderstood that we're supportive of increasing noise levels and things like that. That isn't the case, but the policy of going to 65 could still actually cause certain projects to have to deal with that issue. What happens is if you're in a noise contoured area that's above 65, what you've seen the projects, we try to have them orient the buildings away from the noise, create noise barriers and so forth. And we've gotten kind of creative to say, well, where is your required deck? And if the required deck is protected from the exterior noise, then we find it consistent with the noise element. And we were just trying to update the noise element at least to 65 because it is a general rule used in other communities, and it wouldn't cause a environmental impact if projects, based on all the technical study we have in other communities, at 65 you're not causing an environmental impact. So we think that that's a reasonable outside noise standard for the community, and it does it. But I did want you to know one of the big motivations is this conflict we have in reviewing projects and finding it inconsistent and that appearing to be an environmental impact when it really isn't. And I don't think this is new to you. You all dealt with this like on Los Aguajes and on certain projects, so that is part of the motivation behind the change.
Well, then, sort of some ways similar question about air quality. If you could find the slide that's headed air quality, diesel particulates. Okay, I wasn't clear on the first section, Highway 101 setback, projects in pipeline or projects that self-mitigate the risks of diesel emissions. What does that, please expand on that.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lodge, I think the comment letter that we got was really, it is a project in the pipeline. It's been approved, but it does not yet have a building permit in it. And so the question was, how would this general plan setback policy affect projects in the pipeline? And then the second thing was, is there a potential for projects that could help self-mitigate the risk of diesel emissions through the design of the project? In this case, the applicant was pointing out that he had extensive vegetation between the home and the freeway, had the outdoor living area oriented away from the freeway, and had very extensive sealed situation and ventilation system for the thing. So the question was, this was really kind of a model green building kind of project, and is the kind of thing we want. So is there leeway within this policy to allow for individual mitigation? And so in terms of projects in the pipeline, I guess that's a project by project determination on the timing of the permits that they have as it relates to when the general plan policy goes into effect. But in the case of this particular project, it looks likely that they may have enough approvals by the time this goes through. In terms of the language that we're proposing, I mean, I think there's some merit in the comment that we might want to not tie our hands too strongly with a policy that just absolute prohibition, depending entirely on the California Air Resources Board, but rather allow for city monitoring and city determination on an individual basis that there's a sufficient mitigation for the policy.
All right, and then I sense a certain resistance on staff to further corrections, but it seems to me that where there's something that might have been used in the discussion in preparing the EIR that is based on something that's not accurate, this should be fixed. And for my colleagues, the EIR is going to get put on a shelf, and who knows when anybody will look at it after it's been through this process. The general plan update, the general plan, however, is a document that's going to be around for at least 20 years. And I'm going to be a real tiger about it being as good as we can make it, and accurate. So anyway, but what is leading to the error that I came across earlier today was it said that Hope Ranch Annex is in the city. Now, it wasn't the last time I looked at the map. Now, maybe that doesn't make any difference whatsoever, but maybe that was being calculated that in the zone of the area that sphere of influence. Thank you. The sphere of influence in terms of ultimate development potential there and so on. I don't know, and then there was another thing that probably can be answered by Mr. Giroir. I noticed that one of a chart was used in the final EIR that was from the economic consultant. And it wasn't the one that particularly concerned me. There was one that ascribed something like 3,000 or 4,000 more jobs to the city of Santa Barbara than actually exist here. It said, for example, that there are 4,000 county jobs in the city of Santa Barbara when there are a little over 1,000. 4,000 is for the entire county. They put the Biltmore Hotel with 500 employees in the city. So were you, in preparing the EI, were you using their figures or were you using your own? Because there's all this discussion about, the numbers of jobs in this field and that field and so on. And, I don't have any faith in them, but perhaps you can make me feel better about it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Lodge, the economic consultants' data was one source we relied on. I have some familiarity with the County of Santa Barbara, and we certainly didn't rely upon them for our estimates of county jobs. In fact, we contacted County Real Property and General Services and got the specific numbers. Interestingly enough, and or unsurprisingly, the county doesn't actually know how many people they have downtown. But we were able to work our way toward a conclusion. So I don't think any of our tables in the EIR actually directly utilize the economic consultants' data. I don't have it right here in front of me, but we spent a fair amount of time on that. For example, we did not put the Biltmore in the city. The economic consultant did in their study. So our table was one that we compiled based upon review of multiple sources, contacts with the county and other agencies, and sort of a compilation of various data sources, not just the economic consultant. So I can look at it again, but certainly I would never identify the Biltmore as being in the city.
No, that wasn't the chart that you had.
Right, and also on the numbers of jobs in the city during a recession, they're a moving target, and same with the projection of future jobs. People use different calculations. For example, SBCAG has a complex economic model that they project certain jobs with. We devolved to a very simple mechanism that I've used in the past for the number of jobs that could be created for Plan Santa Barbara. How many people do you usually put in a building based upon the type of use that it is? And so we just stuck to the square footages of Plan Santa Barbara itself. And there we came up with the numbers of jobs by scenario based upon 250 square feet per office worker, widely accepted numbers, 500 square feet for warehouse, whatever the figures are. We did not try and project the churn for future job growth. That's a very tough thing that SBCAG's model attempts to get its handle on. So that's basically what we did, but we did not rely solely on the economic consultant.
Thank you.
I just want to say publicly what I've also offered to Commissioner Lodge is I very much want to sit down and go through all her notes in terms of inaccuracies, questions of accuracy, as well as some word choices that are not really working. And again, if you have any substantive comments, definitely bring them up today so that if I look at your marked up document, we're not later going, oh, we didn't talk to the Commission about this. But anything that is editorial primarily or questions for confirmation of accuracy, we'd very much want to follow up and get your noted marked up documents. Thank you.
Ms. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two additional sets of questions. One is regarding housing and densities, and then the other historic resources. Not to put you in the hot seat, Ms. Weiss, but I was expecting out of the 8 sessions from the council that when it returned to Planning Commission, that we would not see what's on page 2 of 17 of the staff report, and that is that the council did not provide clear direction on residential densities, which are highly controversial, and location of rental employer housing overlay, very controversial. So I feel that the Commission, quite frankly, and I'll just express this to my colleagues and the public, is put in, I think, an unfortunate position. I had expected Council to work through this more rigorously and with a due diligence so that when it came back to the Planning Commission, there was clarity, whether that needed to be in the form of a straw vote or some other form of clear consensus building, or at least clear direction back to the Commission. Having said that, we now have to grapple with it again. And I have some questions on page 2 of 3 of Exhibit A pertaining to housing. Regarding density incentives, has the west side been eliminated from the target areas for that? And maybe I'm just not finding it in the right section of our documents.
Mr. Ledbetter is going to pull up the option maps, and as has been commented, this still is pretty much a wide open question. If you watch the hearings, I'll just tell you, I tried up until the very last minute, letting them all know that we did not get the direction on density that we were seeking. But on the one hand, this is an opportunity for the Commission to, again, reinforce the recommendations that you all made and help people understand how they could be valuable for the long term here. As far as is the West Side in or not in, I specifically remember listening to Councilmember White, and he even made a phone call to my office to talk about this. He was struggling with whether or not to include the West Downtown or not in an area of incentive. And his initial thoughts were, oh, let's not include the West Downtown. He had an idea that having an incentive for additional density there might be incompatible with neighborhood character. Let's focus on the downtown. But then as it was discussed more with myself as well as in listening to community input that responded to that, he was like, and I think most of the council people went along in saying that West Downtown area from the freeway to the commercially zoned area could be a good opportunity area for the overlay incentive. So again, I don't have a straw vote to tell you exactly how many, but then Councilmember Francisco spoke very much in support of the 50% overlay for rental housing, and he proposed that the staff and the commission, the council ultimately consider additional R3 areas as an appropriate location for the rental housing and an incentive program. So that's why on this map, the one that's all inclusive, you see in the lighter brown color, those are other R3 areas along the San Pascual, San Andres area, the Upper East area, over on the east side, Punta Gorda, as well as in the Cottage Hospital de la Vina area and little pockets in the upper state. So I think the council is looking to see where does the commission fall on which R3 areas of the community do you all believe is most appropriate to include as an overlay incentive area for rental and employer housing?
So let me ask you then, in the paragraph described as targeted growth areas, between downtown and Highway 101, is that
that's that darker orange,
West Downtown, but that's not the west side?
Correct. It's often referred to as West Downtown.
The west side, is that in the light brown?
Yes. The San Andres, San Pascual would be west side.
Okay, so that's not described, though, here as considered direction from council, correct? The west side did not make it to this list.
Commissioner Schwartz, that is correct. We really they were all over the map, to be honest with you. I mean, we also had Councilman Self's position that it should be a very small area, only experimental. That was the way she phrased it. It wasn't real clear. That's why we're presenting essentially these four options to you to let you weigh out against, do we want to maximize housing potential or do we want to maximize the synergy of a sustainable development closer to the core? Or do we want to and as Commissioner Jacobs said, and what role does the historic resources play in that when you focus that too? And so that's really going to be your job, is to kind of balance those out and say, okay, well, what can we come up with that balances maximizing housing production, protecting historic resources, and then also trying to maximize the synergy of the whole sustainability development principles. That's kind of the core of it.
Okay. Inclusionary housing. I'm interested in the last sentence here, Miss. We suspend fees during economically difficult times, and I'm not recalling clearly what the council deliberation was on that. Have we done any sort of economic analysis, even in retrospect? Had we suspended certain types of fees during certain periods of time, what would that yield?
In fact, yes, in the past we have suspended fees, and the story goes that we suspended them just as the boom was beginning, and you seem to always be, off the cycle. The suspension currently is kind of self-regulating because we don't really see a lot of projects right now. The fees aren't also being paid, but this is policy direction. We've yet to draft the amendments to the ordinance, or rather more simply than doing a full code amendment of the inclusionary ordinance, which is in the zoning ordinance. The council can just adopt a supplemental ordinance or a standalone ordinance to say, like they did with the hedges, for example. We had a 2-year suspension of enforcing certain hedge height regulations. So it would be an action of council through an ordinance. And I don't have any more particulars, just to say that I think now is the time, that's unprecedented, and that they would be interested in doing that.
Now's the time
in terms of bad economic conditions. And I don't know if Mr. Vincent wants to weigh in on that type of ordinance, if it can be relatively quickly introduced and adopted and then repealed. Is that the type of ordinance that requires planning commission hearing, et cetera?
In general, my hesitation is I'm trying to remember the list of things that require planning commission involvement. One initial comment would be the planning commission involvement doesn't have to take much longer than the 30-day effective period it has to take anyway. I'll just remind the commission that any ordinance adopted by council is 2 hearings and a 30-day period before the ordinance becomes effective. There you have, right there, 45 days is a minimum amount of time that an ordinance needs to be in the pipeline before it becomes effective. Arguably, you could have a planning commission hearing a week before the first introduction of the council hearing. So there you're at now 45, 52 days. Within a period of 60, 75 days, realistically, you could have an ordinance adopted. That's the fastest period of time you're going to have an ordinance to suspend this fee. As Ms. Weiss pointed out, typically by the time we recognize that we're in a downturn, we're already starting to go back up. I mean, we all saw this when the economists finally turned around and told us that we were in a recession. There were some other economists were saying, yeah, we're already coming out of it. Well, they weren't right yet, but there is some time lag in these things. It's just one of the challenges of these fees. So that I'm not sure how much that informs the commission, but the bottom line is, in about 75 days, we could suspend any fee that might be put into place with the inclusionary ordinance.
And Ms. Weiss, I ask because I would want to have some quantifiable data before considering such a policy in terms of what did the city forego in terms of revenue, and then what did it yield in the way of new applicants, new projects coming to the city. Sort of on balance, would this be a beneficial policy, and to whom, as opposed to just in concept approving a policy such as fee suspension?
I could get additional information to the commission even tomorrow on, since the council adopted a revised in lieu fee for inclusionary projects. You all participated in that, where projects, I think it's 2 to 9 now, do have a different in lieu fee. And we have an accounting of how much we've received from that in lieu fee. But what I can tell you is it's not very much, because there haven't been very many projects proceeding in this time to pay the in lieu fee. So to compare the last 2 years of a slowdown in the economy and an in lieu fee to 10 years ago, I'm not quite sure how that information is going to help you, because we're not truly foregoing all the fees that we would have collected in a boom time, because the boom time isn't happening. But I do have some information about what's been collected in the last couple of years, and if that's helpful to the Commission, we can provide it. While I have the mic, though, I wanted to ask the Chair and the Commission if staff could assist or ask for your own approach to the discussion, to possibly divide it into focusing on the EIR questions, the adequacy of the EIR and the certification, and also what we anticipated today, as the meeting might be wrapping up a bit later, talking about questions and information, even though it's a short turnaround, that we could help prepare for your meeting tomorrow to delve into more detail on different policy questions you have. That we have some ideas of different policy sections that you want to talk about, but that's how I see maybe the remainder of your meeting going today, is turn your attention to the EIR and cross that threshold first. It has been helpful in other major deliberations in the past, so that's what we recommend.
Okay. Was that it for your questions, Ms. Schwartz?
I have two other questions. On that same page, second units, was there a discussion by council, perhaps I didn't hear it, about bringing unpermitted units into compliance and then counting them towards our RENA numbers? I've heard some of the council members talk about that, and I guess there are pros and cons as to how beneficial that might be, but I don't see that referenced in this second unit section.
There have been comments made about exploring how second units, actually legally permitted second units, are part of your RENA
That's right.
calculation. In fact, it's the state law that encourages communities to have accessible second unit programs. And then when you do have an ordinance that makes allowances for them, you can count them towards your RENA. And I think we made some assumptions about that. I know we did in the EIR about, depending on what your policies are, it could generate new permitted secondary dwelling units. The issue of the illegal dwelling unit and whether or not that counts, I think that's really a sticky issue. I'm not even sure that the state does acknowledge that. You have to have, this amnesty program, and it gets talked about pretty much on an annual basis. People have the idea, but we haven't really heard that anyone would want specific policy direction to do that. And that, again, within the housing element policies, I don't think there are any policies calling for is there? Okay, I'm sorry. I need to be corrected by Ms. Unsueta, and we can point you to the policy direction we have to date.
I just have in here a broad conversation and certainly any broad agreement among the council members as to where they might go relative to this.
We should find the housing.
There might be 200 to 300 unpermitted second units out there, and I've heard some council members mention that number. That's why I bring it up.
I think it's larger.
If that could be helpful to the city in any way in terms of reaching some of our unit targets, I just pose that question to you.
Which policy is it?
So it's policy H15, and if you look at 15.1, it deals with second units, and the last sentence there reads, consider incentives such as revised development standards of second units, i.e. eliminate the parking requirements for second units, eliminating attached unit requirements, reducing development costs, yada, 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 and then finally developing an amnesty program for illegal second units.
That just hasn't really been explored by the council to any extent.
Right, and at this level in the policy, it could be taken up in the next 5 years or not taken up in the next 10 years.
Then lastly, historic resources. Perhaps my recollection isn't clear, but I thought that this historic resources section of the new general plan document that we have was going to be much more substantial than what we have. Did I not kind of understand how we were going to approach strengthening this or embellishing this section?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Schwartz, we all look forward to the day that it is the historic resources element. In the Plan Santa Barbara project, we did not take on full development of the historic resources element as an output of this process. What we have done is identified within the general plan framework that there will be a historic resources element. It is yet to be fully developed. So these policies that you see on page 235 and 236, we drew these from some of the input we had in the community, and these are just starter policies. It by no means is considered, the element. It's just, as I think the pages preceding it explain, this is to be used in the development or update. In this case, it would be the development of a new element. We also do have a number of policies in the land use element still about historic resources. And we put some of those in the land use element because there we're talking about development pressures and buffers. They could go in the historic element ultimately. But what I anticipate is, and you could see that in the implementation program, is I anticipate that community interest will continue, such as the letter we received from CPA, and that the Historic Landmarks Commission, I've told them that they can completely take over the development of the historic resources element as soon as Plan Santa Barbara is done. From my point of view, I don't know how much staff resources we'll have at every juncture that as it develops, but that would be a follow-on, that we would take these beginnings and then develop the historic resources element. And you're not alone in thinking that we were going to do this now, and so this is probably the fourth or fifth time that I've said this, and I know it's disappointing to some people, but really that was never one of the charges of this pretty big project already, to update a whole new land use element, housing element, and the general plan framework. This just falls right now within the framework piece and not a standalone element just yet.
So then lastly, the language that you have in Exhibit A on page 3 of 3 under historic preservation, these are general direction statements from council that would get folded into what needs to be a fleshed out historic resources section of the general plan undertaken by whichever entity has decided to take that, to lead that effort.
Yes, well, we did show the council amended language, again, based on recommended measures in the EIR, based on the work sessions we had with this commission to beef up some of the preservation protection language. And so the council saw that work in progress, and that's what they saw that they said they support. So we did show them some of the policy language, and they were saying, this is important, it should be a priority.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Larson, you have your light on again?
That's because I wasn't attentive to my light. Sorry.
Ms. Jacobs.
Thanks, Chair Bartlett. I know we're going to break for dinner soon, but pursuant to Ms. Schwartz's line of questioning, in the very short historic resources section of the plan, the project, there are some policies, but also here in the mitigation and monitoring for the hybrid analysis, there are some suggestions for add new policies as follows, and then there's a list of policies that are written up. Section 6 doesn't have a page number. So when this is included as a mitigation in the EIR, and it says add new policies, how long does it take to get from this page to these pages? Is that, I mean, I know some things just get added in, some things don't, and I'm wondering why some things get added in and some things don't. Okay. And how does this rate in that transition from being on one page and going into the book that, as Ms. Lodge commented, this is the one that people will be referring to.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Jacobs, the required mitigation measures in the EIR should be showing up in the draft general plan at this point. They should be in there already because the assumption was that they would be required in order to reduce significant impacts, and so they would be added to the general plan. I guess the exception at this point is the TDM policy, where we did get some direction from council to do a different version than the EIR version. I would just point out, and it is a little confusing, that Volume 4 has the hybrid alternative analysis at the front. The tables at the back, because the hybrid alternative is just an alternative at this point, it hasn't been chosen as the project and is probably going to continue to be tweaks to the project. The tables in the back are the Plan Santa Barbara tables, so it's not the hybrid tables.
But on this particular point, our intent was to include
hybrid, it's only the project.
Yeah, May I ask which page of Table 6 you were reading?
On 6-8.
Okay. So we did quite a bit of back and forth with the consultant, and the language shown on 6-8 is supposed to be the same language that's already in the general plan documents on page 99. And so they're really
14, yeah.
Yeah, the policy 14. So we did a lot of back and forth so that that language is in the general plan. Your question on what was included and what wasn't included, we wanted to be very transparent on that, and that's why we have those two attachments to your staff report as well, showing the recommended measures that were put in and then the remaining list for your discussion. But this is already in here. The heritage resource on 6-8 is in the element.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
And to answer that part of your question as to why some things get in and some things don't, when it's very clear to us that this is what the commission wants, this is what the council wants, this is what the community wants, it goes right in. But it's when there's a lot of uncertainty and varied opinions, that kind of thing, then we don't feel comfortable putting it right in. But it's clearly on historic resources was not the case.
Mr. Chair, one other little comment about that. The exact language that's in the EIR mitigation does not have to be the exact language in the general plan. There can be, some language modifications as long as you're getting the gist of the mitigation. So just so you know that.
I guess the main language that's missing is the word heritage resources and protection of historic buildings. It says community character, and it says design overlay, and it talks about building size, bulk, and scale. And then it goes to historic structures, but I guess it just seems that there should be some companion piece in the historic resources section of the general plan that I would be looking for it under historic resources, but it's here on page 99.
We'd be happy to move it all to historic resources as well. It doesn't have to be in this section of the general plan. This has been a little confusion for us, but if we could move it all into the historic resources section.
Well, or leave it here, but refer to it in historic resources so that people who are looking, where's the historic resources protections, can find it. Okay.
Is that it on the question? Okay, great. Mr. Jostis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two last questions. Table 2.2 in Volume 4 lists out the comparison of key policy assumptions for impact analysis between the new hybrid and Plan Santa Barbara. Does that in any way constrain our ability to come up with a proposed recommendation to Council? Does that somehow put boundaries around what we determine is an appropriate hybrid to move forward on?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Jostis, I don't think there's any constraint whatsoever. I think we were just trying to add some additional analysis of where we were at this point, as long as we're within the range of policies and growth levels.
Okay, good.
I do have one recommendation, though, that when the Planning Commission does forward its recommendations, that we not use the title hybrid, because then that would become confusing moving forward. But no other constraint.
Betcha. Okay, last question. I'm looking at these four options for the rental housing overlay, and it's kind of a deja vu for us looking at the location of the MODA. And I'm wondering if there's any fundamental differences, because I recall staff and Mr. Dayton in particular and saying don't go south or west of 101 because we got traffic constraints, and now we're back, we're at least west of 101 and in some cases south of 101. And I want to make sure that we have the opportunity to adopt the most a broadly flexible option to get rental units, because that's something of importance to most, if not all, of the planning commissioners here. So are we still okay with looking at the full range of options from option 1 through option 3 or 4?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Jostis, the figures displayed today are sort of new to us, and I think Ms. Weiss hit upon the issue, and Commissioner Jacobs hit upon it also. There's some trade-offs here, policy trade-offs for you. The more tightly we focus housing in the center of EPV, the better for transportation and potentially the greater conflict with historic resources. The more broadly we spread the housing out within the old MODA, if you will, then we decrease the pressure on the center of EPV by providing options, possibly not the ultimate transportation solution. Let's say we include the west side. That might take considerable pressure off of the center of EPV while maybe not having the ideal transportation issue. And I think that's where the buck goes back to the Commission on the trade-offs between these policy matters and the relative impacts. And the question for your Commission is, if you choose the ultimate concentration downtown, are your historic resources policies really strong enough, or will they trump the provision of affordable housing and lead to a substantial decline in the provision of affordable housing? I think that's the balancing act that you all need to perform with the information.
But in terms of the EIR, I think you said earlier, when we had the EIR initiated, there was a very broadly all-encompassing MODA concept. And so the EIR analysis of Plan Santa Barbara with its MODA, which was a point in time when we began the analysis, I'm not sure that it included every area shown on this option 1, but it was pretty extensive. It was. So I don't think you have to worry that it hasn't been analyzed.
Okay.
So you could take this map 1 and work down from there, or even arrive at map 1, and we would be okay.
I think that's true. I think the one concern we would have if we go to map 4 and we do the analysis of, gee, we're going to put 1,800 units here on map 4. I mean, I'm not sure that would happen, but we'd have to assess consider the implications for historic resources there.
But from an environmental standpoint, as long as we have our thresholds for environmental review and our living within our resources policy, that takes care of that balancing act of the trade-offs between traffic impacts and historical resources.
I do think that in the big picture and the end, day-to-day, that would be true. It might be harder for us to find something in these particular volumes that point to that concentrated of a study area. But I hear what you're saying, and I think that would be generally true.
Okay, and then I have a last question maybe before we do our dinner break, and it really piggybacks on what Commissioner Jostis just brought up, and it's probably more directed to Mr. Giroir. I mean, in all the alternatives that you've analyzed in the EIR so far versus the options that we're now looking at on these maps in terms of where we might locate development in various levels of density, do we have the full spectrum covered in that EIR so that when we look at these, we know we're not busting outside of the box of your analysis? And how does that relate to the impacts of the freeway setback? Because that runs right through many of these diagrams, some of them way more than others.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, I think we've looked at the whole MODA. We've examined, we've done a pretty extensive study of the city. I think the only thing we'd want a chance to talk to the staff about is when we look at if we were going to go with option 4, would that create more severe impacts? And option 4 being the highly concentrated downtown. And I don't even know how much housing we would anticipate would go there. Maybe it's just that the housing would fall off and you'd have secondary impacts on affordable housing provision, which is not strictly a CEQA issue. It's a planning issue for you to wrestle with. So I think we'd want to just talk about that a little bit. But I think we've certainly studied the heck out of the situation, and you have a substantial amount of evidence before you to support your analysis.
Right, but I do think, that freeway setback really, impacts a lot of these scenarios, some way more than others, and I just want to make sure that that's been in the range of your analysis, at least on the ones that we've looked at, because I haven't really seen it specifically quantified what effect that...
We did, Ms. Weeks and her staff quantified the numbers of parcels that could be affected.
And I think it's noted in the housing element.
Okay.
We did an assessment of that area. Irma, do you know where it is?
And I noticed you kind of toned down the opportunity sites to reflect some of that as well.
Yes, we took it out of the opportunity sites for the planning period on this housing element. That was one reason why we calculated it.
Yeah, and I would add, just similarly, the same thing was done with historic resources. And after we had discussed buffers and implementing buffers, we looked at the averages that we assumed for housing in both the medium high and the high density, and reduced those accordingly, so that our analysis does reflect the historic buffers in the downtown.
Okay. So I think a lot of this is going to be mostly a primer for our discussions tomorrow, but I think it really points to the fact that we really need to kind of wrestle with what kind of density are we willing to go with, because then that in turn tells us how much land do we have to use it to achieve the goals of the growth that we're anticipating. So the lower the density, the more spread out we're going to be with our land use maps. So I think we almost need to start with the density. Otherwise, we box ourselves in, picking a concentrated area and then realizing, hey, we don't have the density to achieve the growth that we're after. So anyway, that'll be tomorrow. So at this point, let's break for dinner, and then after our break, we'll focus on the environmental impact report. And see if
Mr.
we
Chair?
can yes.
I just does this not close a chapter, and before we dine and come back to make those discussions, is not it a separate subject to move forward with certification of the EIR?
I don't think we understood that.
So you're not? Okay.
Right.
All right.
I think that what I heard from staff was that they wanted to cogitate a bit on that. What if the density is all in the downtown? We don't need to...
I don't think that would be necessary before you consider certification.
From the table? Okay.
I guess my question would be, are there more questions coming after dinner in regards to the certification of the EIR versus are we moving forward just to work on recommendations regarding the general plan update to council.
My understanding is we're going to take a break, and when we come back from the break, we'll be back here again with the staff recommendation that you resolve any question, you raise any questions, or we have discussion related to the certification of the EIR, and that perhaps if you're ready, then you would take a motion on that tonight. And if there's still time and energy, we can talk a little bit about preparing, help it give us a heads up a little bit for tomorrow. That's what we'd like to do if possible. Oh, you're saying make the motion now?
Well, I guess I have pages also of concerns and questions, but I keep hearing your advice now and then, and most of them seem more germane to general plan update recommendations,
okay, that's
of which
good.
I've heard many here already under the guise of talking about certification of the EIR. So I'm just asking when we. Is there two? Are we getting to a point where we cross one bridge and we move on to the other, or are you combining them both in one action eventually tomorrow?
Our recommendation for the Commission and the Chair running your meeting is to, up till now, I agree, there's been questions ranging of policy and EIR related, and that's all good. But I do think we would recommend that upon the return from the break that you all explore confining your remaining comments and questions to the EIR and have that question before you. Is there a motion to certify the EIR? That's our recommendation. It really is up to you all if that's how you want to conduct the remainder of the meeting this evening.
And then do you need any feedback on the EIR recommended measures, or that'll be rolled into
That's
tomorrow's?
really a discussion item because those are to be rolled into the policy. They're a bridge between EIR and policy, really.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay, with that, we'll take our dinner break.
About a half an hour, is that what? 45 minutes max? Yeah, there's an interest in knowing how long.
How about 6:30?
Okay.
Or 6:15. That'll give us plenty of time.
Perhaps the chair wants to entertain a motion, and then there could be discussion on the motion,
Okay.
or you could open it back up to questions,
Okay.
however you'd like.
Well, we've had plenty of questions. Unless there's new ones that are directly related to the EIR, I would prefer that we get into the meat of the topic here. Ms. Lodge.
Chair, I, to be honest, and I don't know if anybody else has read all of this, I haven't been able to go over it all. And I don't know how much difference it would make if I did, but I feel somewhat uncomfortable voting at this point. I just wanted to make that statement.
Okay, appreciate that. Mr. Justice.
Mr. Chair, I'd be interested in hearing a little bit more from Mrs. Lodge what the nature of your discomfort is. What do we need? What needs to happen to get us to certification as a step in the process of taking action on what we have before us?
It's just a matter of time. And to, if it could be continued for, well, I guess it would have to be for at least 2 weeks, so that I could more fully absorb what's in it. Well, and there's a certain amount relating to the general plan as well. And I know I have the least family and work responsibilities of anybody up here, and I still haven't been able to do that. So I don't know if everybody else has or feels comfortable with as much as they've been able to review.
Okay. Thank you for the response. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, as you can tell tonight, I've worked really hard, at least individually, to stay focused on the separation of issues on certification versus working your way through the general plan. And I am comfortable that the process has done exactly what was spelled out earlier tonight, and that it is an adequate tool to move forward and use for the next level of discussions. And frankly, every more additional nook and page or paragraph that I read and comprehend really just gives me more questions for the second stage, not for questioning the credibility or the completeness of the EIR. So I would be ready to move forward whenever the rest of the commission is.
Great. I appreciate your feedback. Others? Ms. Schwartz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in alignment with the discomfort that Commissioner Lodge just expressed. I think, and we have heard from the public also, that in essence 13 days is an insufficient period of time to attempt to wade through, digest, and then form some sort of analysis of the voluminous documentation that we've received. And given the enormity, I think, of this decision-making that we face, it's a 20-year look ahead for the city, for the entire city. I, too, would ask for some additional time if my colleagues would also be in support of that.
Okay. Any others? Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. In looking at the findings that we are to make to certify the EIR, I am largely comfortable with them, but there's one that I would appreciate having a little more time on, and that is the responses and comments and associated edits that may happen based on public input and public comments. And in my own study of the documents, I was not able to read all of the public comments and compare them directly to the EIR to see did all this stuff get put from comments, analyzed, and then put into the document. And then we had today more letters, more new stuff, and so that's my one slight discomfort, is that the public comment. However, the other findings of the adequacy of the notice of preparation and the compliance with CEQA public notice, the depth of analysis, I am comfortable with all of those. So I don't feel like a extensive amount of time is needed, but I would like to have a chance to at least consider some of the public comment that we received today.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
One point on that is that the EIR consultant and the staff did look at all the comment letters that we got to see, is there anything that we felt like needed to be added to the EIR? And at this point, we didn't see anything that was, critical enough that we needed to make a change to the final document in order to be adequate under CEQA.
Ms. Larson.
I did an extraordinary amount of reading. Still have the headache. But if my fellow commissioners need time, I am certainly willing to accommodate that, because I would rather have a process that everybody is comfortable with, as comfortable as they can get, and everybody has spent as much time as they feel they need for something this significant.
Mr. Jordan.
Well, I too appreciate that feeling, but I would just request that everybody weigh their thoughts on delay, on whether or not the process that they want to go through by delaying leads to something that changes in the certification process of the EIR, or just additional questions and recommendations that will appear in the general plan update. I think there's still been a lot of overlap in that time spent today, and I too could continue to look through the EIR and build more questions, but again, they would all be related to the recommendations that we would be talking about subsequent to the certification, not whether the EIR qualifies to be certified or not. So I hope everybody's making that distinction when they're thinking they need more time or that the volumes are so enormous, because it seems like my perception is that pretty much every one of those results has been more general plan recommendation oriented rather than EIR certification.
Great, thank you. Mr. Justice.
I would echo Mr. Jordan's comments on this, and recognizing Ms. Larson's observation that we do have, and I think probably everybody's observation, we do have a very significant decision to make here. I don't know that another 2 weeks is going to, or whatever it is going to better prepare me to weigh in and do the heavy lifting that is necessary for the Commission to make a recommendation to Council, considering the feedback that we've gotten from staff, from the consultant, and from the City Council, and from the community that spoke to us this evening. I think it's actually time to roll up our sleeves tomorrow and get into the nuts and bolts of crafting a package that the Commission thinks it is represents our best work. And I would not want to defer that process for another couple of weeks, presuming that we will be able to better grasp the more than 3,000 pages of environmental documentation. Throughout this process, I look to the Commission findings here that staff has put on the screen, and I have been consistent in my in voicing my concerns over the size, complexity, and level of detail that is represented by this series of documents. And I think I've tried to keep this in a manageable format, consistent with the desire to reduce paperwork and focus EIRs on impacts that are considered truly significant or potentially significant, and the alternatives and mitigation measures that are required to look at how we can reduce impacts and intelligently take into account environmental factors, which is what Mr. Vincent has advised we do in terms of making that finding of adequacy and certifying the document. Because of its size, I am agnostic on the actual decision and would probably abstain because of my my difference of opinion over the size, format, and process used to get here. But I can rely on the document and the information contained in here to advise me as to how to factor in environmental considerations into the tough choice that we have tomorrow, and however long it takes, whether we get closure tomorrow or it takes more time. But I think we have enough information. I think what bothers me is that we have too much information, and the fact that we have 3,000 pages of documentation. No wonder the public wants more time to look and see what's in. There's never going to be enough data to give people that comfort level that they feel that we've minimized the risks of this policy document causing some ongoing concern about whether we got the right density in the right location with the right conditions, as we talked about from day one. So I am. I understand the desire for more time, but I think we've got to sleep in the bed we've made for ourselves, and we've got a document that's simply too big to help us to really fully understand not just the significant impacts, but all the non-significant impacts. We've got a whole list of mitigation measures that are recommended to mitigate non-significant impacts to begin with. Many of them are good ideas, and they very much belong in the structure of the conditions and the process, whether it's the MEA or standard conditions or what have you. All of that is good and useful, but it's really complicated, our decision here, in terms of certification, because it's more than we can handle. And so I'm at a loss of how to get us to the next step. Because if I make a motion, I'm expected to support that motion. And because of core problems I have with the structure of this process, I'm not sure I can vote in the affirmative. I can vote with an abstention, but that really doesn't get us there. So I'm really looking to the rest of the members of the commission here to help chart a direction that I could either work with or at least take a position on.
Well, I haven't had a chance to weigh in, but I'm prepared to take action on that this evening. I think many of us have done our homework. I think the more homework you do, maybe the more confused you get, which I'm not sure that 2 more weeks is going to make it better. And I haven't heard anything in today's hearing that is new information that I feel I need an analysis on so that I can set a direction. Again, we're setting a direction, not a destination. We don't need every detail, but is the direction we're heading in better than the path we're on now? And that's how I'd like to, frame my approach on this. And I don't think more time is going to help me. I think it might be just even more variables to consider. And I haven't heard anything new that I feel I need analysis on. I think, with all the different alternatives, we've bracketed every consideration that we're thinking about. Depending on what we craft tomorrow, I'm convinced that it's still within that framework. So I don't think additional EIR analysis will help me get any further than where I am right now. Ms. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pose something to Mr. Vincent. This may or may not give me greater comfort in moving my own thoughts forward this evening. Correct me if I'm wrong, that the EIR is not an analysis of the new hybrid alternative proposal that the Council has forwarded to staff, or the staff has interpreted as the direction from Council, correct? So, in other words, this document right here, the first part is a hybrid alternative from Council, but the EIR is not an analysis of that. So we have an analysis that actually isn't. Do we have an analysis that isn't tied to the new set of policy recommendations that the Council has forwarded to staff to provide us?
The Volume 4 is an analysis of what was titled the hybrid alternative, which my characterization of that is that the hybrid alternative was a staff synthesization, nice word, synthesis of the policy recommendations made by the Planning Commission and influenced by comments made by Council and their reading of the tea leaves as far as the Council's conclusions or possible conclusions regarding the feasibility of some of the mitigations and policies and everything else that you in your recommendation. So yes, the Volume 4 analyzes another alternative to the project, which is Plan Santa Barbara. It's part of the EIR. It's an analysis of yet another alternative. Is it an analysis of the policy recommendations that the Planning Commission forwarded to the City Council? No, it's not. I think it is an added layer of realism was added to it because staff saw the City Council's reaction to some of that policy recommendation from the Planning Commission, saw that there were some recommendations that might not fly, and so they wanted to. And I'll let Ms. Weiss. I'll let Ms. Weiss decide what they wanted to do, but at the end of the day, yes, Volume 4 is an analysis of another alternative set of policies.
Okay. And in the title of Volume 4, we have both the hybrid alternative analysis and proposed final program environmental impact report for the plan, Santa Barbara General Plan. Are those the contrasting components of what the Planning Commission is faced with, assimilating in a sense and making recommendations on?
The final EIR, proposed final, that title is on each volume of the proposed final EIR. So we have presented to the Commission, provided the Commission, the 4 volumes that represent the proposed final EIR.
Okay.
Is that answering your question?
I'll leave that question where it is.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to respond to a comment that Commissioner Schwartz made. I want to remind the Commission that the EIR is a tool for your use. It is not a box in which you are going to be placed. It doesn't force you, and it will not force the Council into any one place. It is a process that is intended to inform both the Commission and the Council through the preparation of a document that analyzes potential and likely outcomes from your decision making, so that when you make that decision, you have a good a good faith effort of full disclosure as to the likely effects of your decision. As we mentioned earlier today, if the Council decides for social, economic, legal, environmental, technological reasons that some of these recommended or some of the mitigation measures or alternatives are not feasible, and if they can support that decision with facts, they will find them not to be feasible, and they will carry on with their project, whatever that project looks like, making a statement of overriding considerations. That's where the value judgments come in for the City Council. So my recommendation to the Planning Commission today, and more specifically tomorrow, if we get to certification tonight, is to lean on the EIR as a tool to help you analyze I would suggest, the heavier lifting, which is coming up with those balanced recommendations that are going to balance all of the community's interests, and some of them are conflicting. Commissioner Jacobs highlighted one of those challenges today in her comments regarding the historic preservation. That's where you have the heavy lifting. That's where you have your balancing. The EIR is not going to force you into making any one decision one way or the other. It's intended to inform that decision with a great deal of information.
in order to try to get this moved forward, I think it's important to understand what needs, if there's an inability to certify the document tonight, we need to let staff know specifically what needs to be changed in order to make it certifiable. And I think Mr. Vinson gave us this direction in some of his remarks, not presuming that we couldn't, but what we needed to do to get to that point. And I'll just give you my best shot at what would need to be done to this document, given its disregarding its size and utility and all of that piece that I've already talked about. But what I would need to see added to this document, whether it's in the introduction section or in the section entitled Hybrid Analysis, Alternative Analysis, is to add language that speaks to the hybrid that the Planning Commission had a majority agreement on in terms of what we said and why we said it. That's the objectives we outlined as a preface to the motion, to the actual substance of the motion, and Ms. Weiss mentioned those 5 bullet points at the beginning of your discussion, and that the end result of our recommendation to Council, which received broad community support at the work sessions in late June, that process be articulated in the document for additional context in terms of the resolution of issues surrounding environmental issues surrounding the plan itself, so that our initial efforts to try to come up with a compromise proposal are memorialized in the context of this EIR. That's one thing. And I think that provides context to the response to comments and all of the other things we've done since June 3rd, getting to the point we are today and will be tomorrow. The second thing is to articulate which of the alternatives has the greatest effect at reducing unavoidable impacts. It's not talking about the environmentally superior alternative that we have a difference of opinion on whether that should be in here or not, but it does speak to the issue of which option reduces to the greatest extent possible those unavoidable impacts that the document identifies. Those two things reluctantly brings me around to supporting some certification. And I believe that responds to a number of the issues that we talked about tonight and we talked about last time when we met on June 3rd on this topic.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, staff, please.
Well, I believe that information is there. I have no problem adding those 2 items. I think I understood you to be talking about the hybrid chapter. Is that what you were referring to, Commissioner Darcis?
Yes, as long as there's a reference in the beginning of the big document to get us to that, because someone picks up a 4-volume set, they look at the first volume first, and I think that's of paramount importance to get that context in there.
So I think we could bring some language tomorrow or something. I don't think I can do it on the spot.
I don't expect you to do it on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be something that we would have by tomorrow so that we could try and roll this in?
Yes, I think we can draft some language up and bring it in tomorrow. I don't know that I'll get it to you too much before the hearing, though. But I think we could actually be responsive to these points without. We could attempt to be briefer than we have been in other things. So it's something that even if we brought it at the hearing, I think it would be accessible.
Okay. Ms. Schwartz, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that the general plan will be the document that is most referenced going forward once we work through all of this and the council makes the decision. So, Mr. Vincent, would it be accurate or appropriate for me to characterize certification of the EIR, which is a legal document? This is one of the reasons I'm being very cautious and really pondering this carefully. Would you refer to this as perfunctory in the sense that one way or the other, will the council do anything differently? I know this is an anticipatory question. Will they do anything differently regardless of the outcome of our certification of the EIR?
Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, while I didn't presume to speak for Ms. Weiss, I certainly won't presume to speak for the Council. I'm not this politically inclined, but I don't know how the Council is going to act or not act. What I would say regarding your decision, and I've heard the Commission's comments, is this. You've looked at the findings that are expected of you in order to certify the EIR. The first one is a question of completeness. Has the process been borne out? Was the document prepared in compliance with the CEQA guidelines? Does it have the correct contents? Have the noticing, commenting hearings, and ultimate preparation of the document followed CEQA? I would submit to you that yes, it has. The second finding is that a question of whether or not the document was presented to you and you had an opportunity to review the document in consideration before making your findings. I believe the document has been presented to you, and I would suggest to those commissioners who have concerns about the amount of time that they've had, or the ability, or they're going through the document, and have you had the ability to properly, or have you had the ability to come to your own conclusion that you have reviewed and considered the information in the document? I would remind you back to what I mentioned earlier in today's hearing as to the expectation of how do you evaluate the sufficiency of the EIR, and that goes back to, it doesn't require technical perfection, but rather an adequacy, completeness, and a good faith effort of full disclosure. So have you in your review come to the conclusion that this document is adequate, complete, if not more than complete, and a good faith disclosure of the likely impacts of the project? If you can come to a conclusion that, based on your review of the document, that is a yes, I would say you make that affirmative finding. And the last finding is just, are you making these conclusions for yourself? And so that's why I'm not telling you, or I'm not saying you must conclude this. I can't tell you that. You must come to that conclusion for yourself. And when you're to that point, then you will be able to make those conclusions for yourselves. I believe that the document is a complete, adequate, and good faith disclosure of the environmental impacts associated with the project. I think it is sufficient to inform your decision making. It's been presented to you, and for those of you who have, you need to come to your own conclusions regarding your review of the document, one way or the other, on that fact.
So let me just end by posing my council-related question differently to you. Let's say we certify this document either tonight or tomorrow. in terms of process, is it possible that the council could overturn our certification of the document, could nullify that? Is that going to be within their process and purview?
If you certify the document, it could be appealed to the City Council. That certification action could be appealed to the City Council. And at that point, then the decision of certification rests with the City Council. So it basically would stay your decision, and it would place the decision of certifying or not certifying the document at the City Council level. And then the City Council would have to either certify the document, or they would have to instruct staff on how to change the document in order for them to come to the conclusion, make the findings required of them to certify. And those findings would be the same findings you are presented with today with respect to the certification of the EIR.
That'd be a separate and distinct process from recommendations we would forward on the general plan, on the policy-related aspect of our deliberations.
Correct. Those are two different things. And again, in the same way, the Commission can certify the EIR today and pick and choose policy recommendations as long as they're within they're within the scope of the EIR itself. That's what I've been saying, is that certifying the EIR doesn't force you into picking the additional housing alternative or the hybrid alternative, which wasn't your hybrid alternative but somebody else's hybrid alternative. It doesn't force you into that. What it does, if there's anything that forces anything, it's that the scope of the EIR's analysis is the scope of the various options you can consider. We have to be considering recommendations that are within the scope of the EIR. Otherwise, we then get outside. If we go outside the scope of the EIR, you're then making a recommendation that has not been analyzed. But I think we've got a lot of material to work with within the scope of the EIR, and can make recommendations within that.
Thank you, Mr. Vinson.
Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Chair Bartlett. I can be real specific on what it is that I wanted to have more time for, and maybe it moves into the comments and recommendations and doesn't have to go here. The letter that we received today from the state parks includes some policy language that they would like to suggest regarding the protections of structures or properties, especially adobes. And it refers in particular to, to use their term, the kind of the microclimate that surrounds a building, as opposed to, or in addition to, the design and aesthetics of the building. And Santa Barbara excels in analyzing the design elements, but as we look to the future, I would like to either incorporate this into reference it as something in the mitigation measures, or certainly I would intend to include it in the recommendations to council.
Mr. Chair?
I don't know if you have a copy of the
I just
letter.
wanted to, on that point, that because we got some comments that were similar as part of the comments on the draft, and we did incorporate some amended language in the mitigation measure, that the climate issues and so forth. So you may want to take a look at those.
Yeah, no, I did. It's sort of there. There's this, they specifically say that there would be a no change, no harm condition. I don't know if we use language like that, but that seemed a good specific kind of phrase to use. And again, I haven't had time to really overlay this onto what we have. So I can be very specific on what it is that that I'm still thinking about. Otherwise, I feel the document is ready for certification. That's one piece of what I think is important public information coming from the State Parks Association, and I would like to pay attention to it. Aside from that, I find the rest of the document to be ready for my support. So I just wanted to clarify my particular desires to put these two together. I don't have a big pile of other stuff that I'm needing weeks and weeks for. And perhaps this can be something that goes in as a recommendation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Another point on that is that as you come up with good policy language, at this point you don't have to go back and put everything into the EIR. You can just go directly into the general plan document to address it.
Okay. Ms. Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner Jacobs, about that section, because I was also interested in that. If what Mr. Jostis has requested is going to be prepared overnight and in the morning tomorrow and presented as part of the final EIR, doesn't that mean that we can't vote on it tonight anyway, on certification? Wouldn't it have?
You could vote on it.
Pardon me?
You could vote on it.
And just vote on that, what's added separately tomorrow? Is that what you're...
Well, I guess you could vote on it without the language.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
There are a number of ways. I mean, I think that when I was listening to Commissioner Jostis's suggestion and his request regarding something informing both the council and the public as they review not only the EIR, but also, more importantly, I think the recommendations, the additional information could just as easily be part of the submittal of this commission's recommendations on the final policy document, wherever it is, as it could be on the EIR. It saying, we've certified the EIR, it has these elements. However, we remind you that our policy recommendations in June had these other things to it. And the EIR, as we've certified it, informed us about this way, about this this policy recommendation that we made that you chose to do something different with. So I could see Mr. Joseph's recommendation or request being another piece of the EIR, helping inform people how to read the EIR, or I could also see that same information being a piece that informs persons interested in the new policies, the new general plan update, on how we got to this set of recommendations. So the reason why I make these comments now is because I could see where a majority of the commission is comfortable with certifying the EIR as it's been presented today, with the understanding that tomorrow you'll have another document that will be presented as part that explains what Mr. Jostis was saying, how we got to where we are today, and that would carry on with the recommendations that you would make.
Chair Bartlett, I'd like to add something that concretely might help, whether for this particular issue and then just moving forward. We intend to prepare 2 resolutions for the Planning Commission, presuming that there'd be a resolution for certification of the EIR and then a resolution carrying forward your recommendations. I understand Commissioner Joseph's request, and I do think that they could be incorporated in the EIR, as you've suggested. But I also think that to have them clearly stated in the Planning Commission resolutions would be particularly good as well. And there isn't anything wrong with, for example, in the EIR certification, including, and the Commission noted that the additional housing alternative was the one that had the greatest impact on reducing the unavoidable Class 1 impacts, for example. I mean, there isn't anything wrong with adding additional considerations or findings in the resolutions for the Planning Commission. I think the points about having the recommendation and the policy outcome be one that mitigates impacts, meets most objectives, is operational, can be implemented, and all that. I think that basis, I mean, it's so clear and really helps people understand where you're coming from. I would expect that we'd want to see that in the Planning Commission resolution on the recommendations. Again, along with other key points that you want to highlight in your communication to Council. And the resolution is it's a lot more, it'll be shorter and easier to get your hands on, and what the Commission felt was really important, having it explained there, I think would be good for the record and for people understanding what happened.
That sounds like I think a good idea. I think more people will probably read it if it's part of the resolution than if it's buried into a huge, thick document, especially considering that alternative or the PC hybrid that we came up with wasn't really analyzed anyway in the EIR. I think it is more appropriate having it in the resolution as we move it forward. Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that this type of language needs to be in the resolution. However, I don't agree that it doesn't belong in the EIR. And the reason I don't is while the EIR did go comment by comment on all of the written and oral testimony that was provided in the review process, unlike the Veronica Meadows EIR, there was no section, or I did not see a section that took and aggregated all of the comments and said, these are the major issues that were resolved, and we had differences of opinion among experts, and this is how we chose to resolve it. And I think that by providing this language in the EIR, it goes sufficiently far enough to talk about the Planning Commission's attempt at resolving the environmental issues that were brought up by the EIR. And that's why I think we need a belt and suspenders approach to this, because without that, I'm not comfortable with the way the document, the EIR document, reads now. And it's just that simple for me.
Other comments?
I think although a motion is possible today, I think it's probably the preference of the Commission of, for you to see in writing what it is you're talking about. And we are all going to get together tomorrow, and that's certainly not a problem. We can do that and present it to you tomorrow. Are there any other comments about anything related to the substance of the EIR, or any questions on the mitigation measures or responses that we need to know about it? Because that would be the only piece then that we'd be coming back with tomorrow.
Will you be attempting to address any of the items that Commissioner Jacobs brought up from the State Parks letter, or not?
We could do that. I do think that incorporating the language in the directly into the general plan also works. That the EIR has a general indication towards this type of approach, and then we could put it in the historic resources element.
Okay.
Again, having listened to the comments in the community today, I don't think that we were recommending any changes ourselves to the document. We didn't hear anything regarding that.
Mr. Jordan, do you have something else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Consideration?
Well, I guess I'd like to be a little more optimistic than Ms. Weiss and just kind of look down the way and see if anybody makes eye contact and see if we can't continue to try and separate these issues. I'm concerned that if we forego tonight on crafting a motion that certifies the EIR with the acceptance and review and acceptance only of the items that would come before us tomorrow, of Mr. Joseph's 2 points, that will be lured back into a conversation tomorrow of continuing EIR discussion prior to certification. And if nobody really wants to accomplish that tonight, then that's okay. We don't accomplish that tonight, but I'll just toss that optimism down the row and see if there's any response to articulating what Commissioner Justice wanted to add for the 2 points to the EIR, and we could certify the rest of the EIR, so to speak, and wait for inclusion of those 2 items tomorrow.
Ms. Larson, you had your light on.
Well, I'm going to make eye contact with Mr. Jordan very clearly and tell him that I'll wait till tomorrow, because as I've said in this seat before, and I'll say it again, I don't sign a blank check. I wait till I see it in writing. Thanks. And I learned that the hard way. So if you want it, tomorrow's the day.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Schwartz. Yeah, Mr. Benson.
I'm given what Commissioner Justice has suggested, and given the way that staff is preparing to incorporate additional comments into the EIR, I would recommend that you not make a decision tonight where it's somehow conditional on something you haven't seen yet. I don't want that to be the record that we end up preparing for the council, and I don't want us to get into a place where you're unhappy with the work product tomorrow and are somehow trying to reconsider an action. We've all seen how reconsiderations go. So I would suggest that the remaining time tonight, the Commission focus on any additional comments they want to make to staff, but I would recommend we wait on any decision on the certification of the EIR until you see what you're going to have in front of you.
Good advice. Ms. Schwartz.
I'd just like to mention that I'm going to support Commissioner Larson's position and follow Mr. Vincent's advice, waiting till tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we won't be making the decision tonight. Staff will be coming back first thing tomorrow at our meeting with the proposed wording that will be added. Ms. Weiss, would you like to?
Yes, I think that's good direction for the EIR. I think we can go back to the office tomorrow and pull together additional information, or not additional necessarily, but information to help your discussion tomorrow if you think that there's something specifically needed. During the course of the conversation today, I felt like some of the information that was presented to City Council, we should probably have that more on the ready for you if you have questions about the council deliberations. Do any of you have any thoughts along those lines? Again, I want to help us be as productive tomorrow in grappling with the general plan. So I'd appreciate a few more minutes on questions like that.
And Ms. Weiss, I just wanted to clarify, you're talking about policy issues, not the EIR issues.
Right. I said I think we're good on the EIR. Now I'm talking about the general plan, and any questions or information you'd like us to give us a heads up on that we could prepare for tomorrow.
I believe Ms. Jacobs has another comment.
Yeah, this is a comment. So moving beyond the EIR certification, which hopefully will happen in a timely fashion tomorrow, we would be looking at recommendations to the council on the general plan. And so when I'm looking at my staff report and you're telling me there's going to be a resolution, I'm thinking that means we're looking at these two reports, which are the EIR, well, we'll call it Exhibit G and Exhibit H, right? Are these things that are...
That's part of the discussion. We wanted to know, what of those recommended measures would you like to see folded into the general plan? That's part of it.
And then comments in general, but...
Right. I think the resolution is going to be the broader comments. Once you direct us to include these, I suppose that could be something noted in the resolution to include recommended measures, Bio 1, 2, Hazard 3,
I guess I'm trying to understand how specific this resolution will be, and to let us anticipate that in our preparations for tomorrow.
The resolution usually, I mean, we don't do these type of resolutions. They're not quite like with the conditions of approval and the standard project. I think any major findings and basis for your recommendation, the maker of the motion may make some statements about we believe this is the appropriate balance on addressing jobs, housing concerns. The Commission recommendation is striving towards preservation of historic resources. You just want to highlight some of your key points. If in the deliberations tomorrow, for example, I hadn't really thought about this, but it's no big deal. If we go through those recommended measures, we can have item 6 say the Commission recommended these measures be included. Just for the record, they would be there. But I think it's more of a policy statement type of resolution than a nuts and bolts type of resolution.
Thanks.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this last thing you want is more work at 7:15 the night before, but just 3 items on my list that intrigued me today that I will ask about tomorrow, and so I'll just give you a heads up. And one would be that if one of the housing option maps continued to move into the funk zone, the CM area, what type of protections could also be added in there to allow both the housing to go in there and traditional work uses to remain there, and how that would work legally or procedurally. Another one was I was very intrigued by Leanne French's suggestion of maintaining that lower level of density, but her suggestion was increasing the bonus to 100%, but I get closer to where we wanted to go with 150%. And so if that was a choice, if it was the lower density plus the rental and employer housing at 150%, what would that mean for the rest of the picture or the dynamic, and how would that all work? And then the third point is at one of the council work sessions or council reviews, there was an extensive discussion on the 1,000 square feet versus 1,200 square feet as a market point. There was a couple realtors that just kept coming at them on that 1,000 will be a detriment trying to sell, but 1,200 would be a much sweeter number. And I'm just wondering if we've gathered any more information to make that a credible issue or a not credible issue. Thanks.
Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things for tomorrow. I finally understand a little bit better the difference between 1 million square feet and 1.5 million. And even though it wasn't our preference, it would be good if we had something in between those two that would still preserve economic vitality, but at the same time, the intent behind the 1 million total was to bring the jobs housing piece more in line than the other alternatives did. And so if there's something in between 1 million and 1.5 million, it would be good to see what the trade-offs are of going somewhere between those 2 numbers, number 1. Number 2, we've heard tonight the implications of the buffers around the historic areas, and I know several commissioners have raised the issue of being cautious about concentrating additional development in El Pueblo Viejo. So in the interest of having an internally consistent document, it'd be good to understand on these rental housing overlay options, the 4 options, what the housing trade-offs are. In other words, do you lose 50 units or 200 units of potential by going from option 1 to option 3? You know, can we realistically do option 4 and still meet our highest priority in the land use element, which is creating affordable housing? Those are the types of things that are going to help me think about how we can craft a package that meets the most objectives of the general plan, which is what we're trying to do anyway.
Thank you. Any other? Mr. Jordan.
That really goes to where I'm going to want to talk about the CM zone tomorrow. And the way I was looking at those option pages was another hybrid. It was really option one without the neighborhoods and continuing the inclusion of the CM zone, if you could find protection. So, and that was not one of the 4 options. Okay, so if the same thing, if you can actually work those numbers, as Commissioner Justice was saying, I'd be interested in seeing how those projected housing numbers would work out too with that particular type of option. Thanks.
Ms. Louise.
I don't think we're going to have real hard numbers for you on that, but we can look at some maps together, and we have our little blue box map, which was the potentials and things. So we can use some tools, but I just want you to know we're not going to come back, well, if you take this area in, you've got so many hundred, and that area, and we won't be down to that detail. But I get in general where you're going.
You want to know the
order of
just
magnitude.
implications.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? If we don't stop, staff won't have time to get it done before tomorrow. So.
On the other hand, it's very helpful when you're very specific like that, and we appreciate it.
Right. Okay, anything else from staff level before we adjourn? Okay.
Thank you for a good day.
Is adjourned.
Okay.